What's going on? We're about 5 minutes out from City Hall, Longwood. Longwood's at it again. It's like a daily thing for them. Oh, what are we gonna do today? Oh, let's think of a new, fun, creative way to violate the citizens' rights. So we're headed to a trespass appeal hearing for Mark. Mark was the veteran that went into the Longwood police station to make a public records request, and he was promptly expelled from the. That just cut me right off. He was promptly expelled from the lobby because, well, I don't know why. We'll hear about it today, I guess, about how important it is for the lobby to be this area where people are afforded privacy. And just so, good morning, Jenny. Good morning, Tag. Good morning, Lou. I can only say something as I see things pop up. Not really at all, because I'm driving, right? What's up, Mr. Zawak? But it looks like, since I'm not sure how many of you are following this area, but those of you who are know that Twisted Luck Media just got trespassed again from the DeLand department lobby. It looks like they are going to start enforcing that on him, and I'm assuming that they're going to start enforcing this because Longwood's enforcing it. So they figure, well, if they're going to allow Longwood to get away with it, then what the hell? Why should we not try to be as big a tyrants as Longwood? DeLand's not going to be outdone by Longwood. You can be guaranteed that DeLand will, on a tyranny scale, DeLand will not be outdone by Longwood. So, David, you got that going for you. David Dowda, you got that going for you, that you're not as bad as Chief Hamburger over there in DeLand. Just turn in there. Jeez. So that's what's going on. I'm actually coming in a little bit late. The hearing's already started. Hopefully, I haven't missed too much of it. I will have I will go back and get the audio from the city of Longwood on this, but drive safe, bro. So, probably won't be real conversational today. But hopefully it's at least going to show us just how bad Longwood is. All right, I'll see you when you get here, bro. Let's just take this whole bag in. All right, give me a second. All right, let's see if I can look at this chat. Won't let me yet. Let's go. What's up, No Name Coder? Jethro, what up? Lou. What up, Lou? Low Dimes, what up? You guys think the chief will show up today? I think he might actually show up because he likes to assert his authority. He likes to be a big fucking bully. So it makes sense that he would show up to be a big bully, you know? All right. Let's see what these tyrants have to say.
Listed Police Chief Dowda, Assistant Deputy Chief Michael O'Brill. The reason I was requesting Chief Dowda is he's the one who presented this ordinance to the.
Okay, sir, I'm not sure if you're asking for it, we discussed.
No,
this a minute ago.
I know.
If you're saying you're not able to go forward today because you don't have all your witnesses, all I'm hearing from you is that this is what all these people were gonna tell me that you didn't bring, so I don't know.
Right, so is there a continuance process? Can I continue this to?
You can
And then
request
file?
a continuance. The ordinance requires a hearing within a certain number of days. Would be any continuance in this matter, sir, if I were to consider it, I'm gonna warn you, it would probably be
Until
next
Friday.
month. Oh, no, it would not be Friday. Friday, there's another hearing. I have code enforcement hearings in the morning, and then I'm following that with a special magistrate hearing, and I only have the room until noon. I have hearings and work myself in the afternoon, other places.
Right.
So, and you wouldn't be able to subpoena anyone in 2 days anyway. To get someone to come
Okay.
here, you have to give them adequate time. I don't know what their schedules are, but I don't know what the city's pleasure is on this, but there will be, and you would have to waive any, if you were requesting continuance and I were to consider it, you'd have to waive the 60-day rule in the ordinance, because we're supposed to have a hearing, or we just go forward today. Those are your options.
Yeah,
And I'm not saying I'm gonna continue it, I'm not saying you can make that request.
My primary thing is in regards to, the actual trespass.
And I have one question, sir. I know you came into the audience. We had a rule of sequestration issued earlier. Are you intending to call this individual to testify in your case?
I can, yes.
Well, okay, then we.
I do know him.
I understand. Well, if you are intending to, you just asked me not to have all the witnesses present as each person testifies, so I want to make sure that I make that witness aware of that. Because you can't be in here if other witnesses are testifying.
Yeah, I'm willing to
You
testify.
asked for it, sir, so I granted it. So any witnesses who testify, you have to have him step out until his turn.
Okay.
The question is whether we're going to proceed today or not. It sounds like you're asking me for a continuance.
No.
You're not asking for continuance. You're gonna go forward today.
Yes, we'll go forward today.
Okay. So I would ask you to call your first witness.
Do I need to be sworn in? Because
Yes, you do. If you're are you gonna testify? Do you know when Deputy April will be? Or did you reach out? It looks like you reached out to him, sir.
I'm waiting to inform him whether or not he's being called. It's really unclear to me when. the process.
Will you be calling him? Because the city's gonna make him available to you.
Yes,
Do you want
yes,
to-
I will be calling.
The incompetent city attorney is unclear about the process.
We have to wait for him, because you didn't subpoena him to be, we've gotta wait for him to get here. So,
Okay.
you want to start with another witness, or would you rather wait for him to get here?
No, and I'll wait for him to get here because the primary issue is the trespass. And then it will be, the ordinance is, you know, I was trespassed first.
Let's give it a couple minutes and see what this, if the city's able to.
And
I will.
and my apologies for not knowing court procedures because.
You don't owe me an apology.
I didn't realize I had to subpoena in an informal hearing compared to a law.
Good morning. You're being called to stand by the appellant here. I'm gonna swear him in, okay? Do you solemnly swear oath and affirm the testimony you will give this morning be the truth and the whole truth?
Yes.
Thank you. May be seated. You've been called by the appellant to the witness stand, so if you'd like to ask questions to the witness.
Yes. Mr. Or Deputy Chief, how
Yes.
would you like to be addressed?
It's Mr. Deputy Chief, it's fine, whatever you want to say.
I'm not familiar with the codification on a trespass warning. There's a couple issues I'd like to bring to the court's attention and make my statement. I do not have, would you happen to have a copy that he could see of the actual trespass warning? Do you have one?
Yeah, I could. Are you talking about the one that I prepared?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
I don't have one.
I said I don't.
Are you stipulating it to be admitted into evidence?
I
Yes,
have
yes.
I have a copy of it, I'm assuming it's
Yes,
the same
ma'am.
one.
Yes.
All right, he's stipulating it to be admitted into
Okay,
evidence.
so it's admitted.
So I'm happy to provide you with a.
Thank
It's admitted,
So, can I give this to him?
yes.
Thanks.
Okay, make sure he's identified himself and for the record, because remember, it's being recorded not just a video by yourself, but the city, and we want to make sure that we know who's testifying.
So, Mr. or Deputy Chief April, could you run through some of the items on how you fill out this and file this report? We see the data reported, it was Friday, 10/24/25 at.
I'm sorry, Mr. Rice, I thought we were invoking the rule of sequestration, we need to ask you other way, if you're gonna call the other gentleman who's sitting the gun to testify, he needs to leave during this testimony. I mean, you asked for the rule of sequestration,
Yeah.
one witness at a time, so.
Yes. So, my main, objective is, what does offenses on, I believe, under incident address, it has, 235, and then below that, it has number of offenses. And-
So, the offense in question here would be a violation of an ordinance.
And so there was one offense, and that was a violation of the ordinance.
Yes.
Okay, so we're gonna go through, and there was 0 victims,
Yep.
and what about offenders?
I don't know how the computer calculates that. This is, I type in the report, computer generates the numbers.
So would I not have been the offender?
You would have been.
So this was incorrect, so did you not review this before you submitted it to Lieutenant?
It was reviewed. See, right here, go to bring it down a little bit further, under person section, where it says CJIS adult.
Right,
We classify you as criminal justice information adult. We assign you as not as an offender, as informational in this.
okay. But I did I did commit the offense.
You violated,
The ordinance.
well, for the purposes of this forum, you were alleged to have violated the ordinance.
Okay, so we'll move on. So, and then it goes on under offense sections, gives information only, trespass warning, lobby of Longwood Police Department, abbreviated, and yet it states under ordinance, and at first it goes statute number, and it's 7777777.
Yeah.
What is that?
So anything that is not a Florida state statute, in this particular computer program, is assigned a generic number.
Okay, so then it states ordinance, no ordinance was violated.
Where are you looking at this?
I'm looking 2 lines over, it has statute number 77, then it says UCR 9000. Could you explain the UCR first? What is that?
UCR is Uniform Crime Reporting. It's an FBI, they track major crime reports. UCR, it's a tracking number for the FBI.
So 9000 is just a tracking number?
Yes.
Okay, and then it says ordinance, no. Right next to that. There's no ordinance. So, once again, I find it hard to believe that you're an assistant chief of police, and yet you submit this.
So I'm still not seeing what you're talking about.
Right next to UCR, it says ordinance. That should list the ordinance in which I violated, correct? And yet it says no.
The ordinance is listed under the comment section.
But should that, I'm trying to
So
get to the point.
if the ordinance is listed in the report, in the drop-down menu, in the auto population, it would populate here. It's not, so I have to write it into the comment section.
I find this a technical
Sir,
error.
sir, you can only ask questions to the witness. I'm sorry, I know you're not a lawyer, but
I know.
it's question answer, thank you.
It's, okay. So,
And that's to my knowledge, I am not the proprietor or the creator of the program. So I
No,
can't testify as to the back end of it. I can only tell you the options that I have, and when I type it in, what I can put in. And in order to complete this report, so the information is correct, I type in that the comments are the city ordinance 25-2266.
so you can type in the ordinance number under ordinance.
No,
But you can type in information only, trespass warning, lobby, under the description in the same line.
yes, sir.
Okay. And so that was the main point was, you know, there's an ordinance here and it states that there is no ordinance.
And that is to my knowledge and training.
And,
I'm not the creator of the program.
okay, so once we get past this, now we're gonna go to your statement.
Okay,
You stated that you were in the parking lot.
yes.
What were you doing in the parking lot?
I believe there was a citizen that was parked there and I was talking to them.
And was there another individual with you, or,
To my recollection, it was Sergeant Gellman.
okay. And do you recall me pulling in?
Yes,
And where did I pull in at?
so you were pulled into the south side of the building, which is our front entrance.
I mean, relevant to your position in
Okay.
the parking lot, talking to the
Two
individuals.
to three
in the
spots
car.
over? 2 to 3 spots over.
Was it not one? Did I not pull in right next to you? You were standing in one parking space. The car was to the east of you that you were speaking to through the window, and I pulled in west of you directly at that parking space next to you.
Sorry, I don't recall exactly what parking space you pulled into.
Okay.
It was next to me. I don't think there were any cars in between us. I don't recall you pulling in right next to me.
Okay.
It's 1 to 2 spots, maybe 3.
Okay. And then you observed me and you know me from how? Because you've listed that.
I've interacted with you in the past.
Okay. And,
On the phone, we've spoken, and then you've spoken to me in another interaction we had prior.
okay. And how did you determine that I was driving or operating a dark colored Jeep Cherokee? How did you
That's the
determine
vehicle
and identify that vehicle?
That's the vehicle you exit out of.
But I've never owned a dark Jeep Cherokee.
Okay,
And
sir,
that's an evidence I would like to present,
Sir,
yes.
okay, questions, you have to testify that you never owned a Jeep, you have to ask questions of the witness.
Okay, so you're stating that I got out of a dark Jeep Cherokee. You
I didn't state a color, I stated shade, I would say.
dark colored Jeep Cherokee, unknown tag.
That's what it appeared to be. I didn't run your tag, I didn't do any of that, so I didn't
Right.
verify
So how did you determine that it was a Jeep Cherokee?
by the appearance of the truck.
So you didn't actually look at the vehicle to get the actual?
I know your vehicle is easily identifiable by some of the accoutrements you have on.
Correct. But is it a Jeep Cherokee?
I can't say that for sure,
So then why did you put that?
because that's what it appeared to be.
So appearance is what you base your facts off in a legal, authorized, notarized statement? Just appearance, your opinion, and not
That's
fact?
what it appeared to be at the time, sir.
You were standing close enough that, to the
Responsibility.
vehicle that you could have identified it. Could you have not?
I could have, but when you pulled in, I had no idea what you were doing there. I didn't take that much of a note of it. I just know
understand
you,
that.
and I knew you were there.
I understand that, but you stated a dark colored make and
Mr. Rice,
model.
may I interrupt for a moment?
Yeah,
You're spending a lot of time arguing with the witness.
I am because.
What is the relevance of the
The
color of your
relevance
car?
is I have never owned a dark Jeep
Okay,
Cherokee.
and how is that
So,
relevant?
Because it is a false statement in a legal document,
Okay,
which
so-
he presented to the court,
I understand.
and that is perjury. That falls under.
All right,
Unintentional perjury. He just testified again, that's twice
I-
now, one in the
you
legal
made-
document and one under oath on
I
the stand.
understand, you have to testify, obviously, you put evidence to show, he's telling you whatever he said, but we're only here till 11:30 this morning, and we've got a lot of
I understand
test ground to cover, so we have to divide it between you and the city, so.
I understand.
You made your point, you can put any evidence you want responsive to whether the chair was a
How long
dark
have you
colored Cherokee.
been a law enforcement officer?
A little short of 30 years.
So for 30 years, you have you done patrols, traffic?
Yes?
And so, do you, when you do a traffic stop or patrolling, you identify the vehicle, correct?
To the best that I can. I'm not a vehicle expert. I'm not a
No.
vehicle identification expert.
So instead of writing a dark Jeep Cherokee, I know I'm going on about this, but this is not.
You've made your point, I'm gonna tell you,
Okay.
you're gonna somehow show me later on that you don't believe that that statement was correct. And you testify, you have other evidence to that effect. I'm just trying to keep you going, sir, because I don't
Yeah.
want you to say I cut you off from putting your evidence in.
No,
So,
I understand, I'm just, it's all about the trespass and. he's
Understood.
admitting-
I'm waiting to hear about the trespass, we're not talking about the car you were driving, okay?
And so-
You didn't drive into the front lobby, so I just, I wanna make sure that we get to the trespass warrant itself, the defects you wanna talk about.
I have covered the trespass, and this is the second,
Okay.
this is his statement
Sure,
in regards, and which Lieutenant Chenoweth verified that this was truth and honest.
I think it's clear, I've got the point that you don't believe that statement was incorrect by the officer, that you were driving a dark Jeep Cherokee.
Okay,
Got it.
which I've never owned.
But you will
And a
testify, so
simple
don't give
turning
testimony now.
around,
You're
It
gonna
says
have,
Nissan Pathfinder on it. My
sir,
vehicle is a Nissan Pathfinder.
sir, you haven't been sworn as a witness, when you're time to testify, you can show him evidence and say, ask him questions.
Okay.
I would like to add that it appeared to be, but again, I'm not a vehicle expert.
Right, so,
There was no intentional misrepresentation of your.
well, I'm gonna go on, like you said, I can
I think it'd be
testify
helpful.
at that.
I understand.
on my side. So, there was no other person in the lobby at the time of me being there.
When you walked into the lobby
Right.
from outside,
Right.
I can't verify that. I wasn't in the lobby at the
But
time.
when you came into the lobby, there was nobody in the lobby but myself.
No, from the time I observed you in the parking lot until the time I observed you in the lobby, I can't verify that there was nobody in the lobby. I can verify that when I entered the lobby
Right,
and you and I had an interaction, there was nobody else in the lobby.
correct,
Aside from, Sergeant Gallo with me.
correct. But you didn't see anybody exit the lobby
I can't, no,
while you were outside?
no.
Okay, so, I believe this is going to be, all I have on this until I testify in regards to this. And then, now,
I mean, ask the city if you would like to do your direct, if they were cross-examined, however you'd like to proceed. Wait until your case in chief, and I don't know if any officer here.
I mean, I could do the direct now, just so we can have the witness go back to work. If
So,
that's,
yeah, so what the city's gonna do is they're gonna,
okay, yeah, so.
so then he'll ask questions of the witness, and you have an opportunity to cross-examine again, from anything the city knew asks the witness after that.
Okay, well.
And then you'll have a chance to present the rest of your witnesses. It's just, he's already on the stand, he'd have an opportunity to cross-examine, just easier to do that.
Yes,
you okay with that?
yeah, yes, and
So, all right, so listen carefully, because anything new that the city asks the witness, you would have an opportunity to cross-examine on those issues.
Oh, this is a little disjointed, but I'm gonna back up and kind of restart.
Okay.
The magistrate's gonna let me do direct examination of you, so we're gonna be a little more detailed and walk through that day, October 24th. I'm gonna, because I don't recall if you stated your full name for the record, but please do so at this time.
Full name is Michael April,
And what is your rank?
Deputy Chief.
How long have you been a member of the Longwood Police Department?
Been a member of the Longwood Police Department 2.5 years now.
And,
Excuse me, I'm gonna interrupt you. Are you here to testify, sir?
Yes.
Okay, so, Mr. Rice has invoked the rule of sequestration. He has asked that no witnesses be present while other witnesses are testifying, so I'm gonna have to ask you to step outside.
Okay.
Continue, I apologize for interruptions.
Okay.
are you familiar with Longwood Ordinance 25-2266 prohibiting video and audio recording in the police department lobby?
I am.
And I think for the record, if there's no objection, I'd just like to admit the ordinance into the
I'll
record.
take judicial notice of the ordinance.
Okay.
That means it's, the ordinance itself, we're just saying that
Yes.
that's the ordinance,
Yes.
okay.
And is it your understanding of Ordinance 25-2266 that it expressly prohibits the recording of video and or audio in the Longwood Police Department lobby?
Yes.
Other than the existence of Ordinance 25-2266, how does the police department advise members of the public of the prohibition of video and audio recording inside the PD lobby?
There is verbiage posted on the front door of the PD lobby.
Okay, I have a photograph I'd like to show the witness. May I approach the stand? I believe you have this photograph in the evidence that I submitted. If you do not, I have an extra copy for you.
am I allowed to object to any of this?
Yes, it hasn't been introduced into evidence, and he's showing him something, he has to identify it, and then they said you can object that time.
Exactly.
I'm sorry, you returned?
Yeah, I haven't been sequestered, or I haven't been officially, I guess admitted as a
If
testifier.
Mr. Rice is gonna call you as a witness, I don't think the city's calling
No,
you.
I never even have spoken to him. I do know of him.
Yeah, I just want to make sure. I wanted to see if he
You're
wanted
welcome
me
to
to.
stay if you're not testifying
Yeah, no,
today.
he's not testifying.
Okay,
So he's
if
not
he wants me
calling-
to, I will. But
No, you're welcome to stay if you're not testifying.
okay, you got it.
No.
Okay, Deputy Chief, I've provided a photograph to you. Is this photograph an accurate depiction of the signage posted on the lobby door that you were referencing in your testimony?
Of the Longwood Police Department lobby? Yes.
And just for the record, can you read what the signage indicates as far as the prohibition that's at issue?
Video and audio recording in the police department lobby is prohibited except for law enforcement personnel in their law enforcement capacity.
Okay. And I'd like to admit this photograph in the evidence this time.
I don't object to it being
Okay.
admitted.
Thank you. All right, so it's submitted.
Okay, thank you. What is the protocol for issuing a trespass warning for violating orders 25-2266?
If we observe someone we believe to be recording, or they've stated they're recording, filming, any indication that audio or video recording is occurring outside of law enforcement, we will ask them to cease recording. If they cease recording, then we carry on their lawful business or our lawful business. If they don't, we tell them that they will be trespassed from the lobby of the police department. If they continue, then we trespass them. We notify them that they are trespassed. We hope that they abide by that, and if not, then they would be arrested for trespass after warning. I'm trying to avoid that.
Understood. Were you on duty at the Longwood Police Department building on October 24, 2025?
I was.
And I know this is sort of duplicating some earlier testimony, but it's sort of a just jointed question and answer session. So I'm going to ask you, do you recall an incident occurring on October 24, 2025 in the police department lobby involving Mark Rice?
I do.
And how did you come about entering the police department lobby to correspond or interact with Mr. Rice?
So after seeing Mr. Rice in the parking lot, he entered through the lobby door, this identifiable lobby door. It's outside. I came in through the employee entrance on the west side of the building. Happened to be walking past the records area, and I heard a male voice. I heard our record specialist interacting with a male. I think by now I know that's Mr. Rice, and I had previous conversation with Mr. Rice and interaction, so his voice is recognizable. And then he said he was gonna make a FOIA request, and then I heard her say that she asked him if he was recording. This is Kathy Ortiz. I'm overhearing this from down the hall, and he said yes. And then she came out and asked me to, she said there's a male recording in the lobby, and I requested Sergeant Gelm to escort me into the lobby so that he could record it on his body camera, because it would have taken me a few minutes to grab a body camera and activate it, and just wanted to get it done. You know, go out there and I have to record it, so I recorded it.
Okay, so Kathy Ortiz is the record specialist that you referenced in your testimony?
Yes.
And in relation to the lobby area where people can walk in, where's the records area that you were referencing in your testimony?
So there's a glass that overlooks the lobby, and then there's a side door that they exit in and out of, and it's pretty close proximity to the area I was standing in.
Okay, so would Kathy Ortiz be standing inside the glass with the little hole in it in the lobby, is that where?
Yeah, there's 3 sections with 3 sections of glass cut out, 3 holes of glass cut out.
Okay. And do you recall on the date, October 24th, 2025, about what time of day that you arrived into the lobby to correspond with Mr. Rice?
It was between 1:55 p.m. and 2 p.m.
Okay. And you mentioned earlier that you had another officer with you. Who was that?
Sergeant Jesse Gilm.
Okay. And did Sergeant Gelm have his body camera activated prior to
He did.
entering the lobby?
He did.
Okay. And during the full interaction with Mr. Rice, that body cam footage, or the body cam was on?
It was. I had a chance to review it, so
Okay.
and verify that it was on.
Okay, so you have reviewed Sergeant Gelm's body cam
Yes.
footage, correct? At this time, I'd like to introduce that into evidence and play it. It's a very short clip. It's the first item. Is the audio okay?
It will, but just from history, you have to reduce the size of the image.
Of the image. Is this the video?
I can verify this is Sergeant Gilm's body camera video.
Can we play it from the beginning? 'Cause I couldn't-
The video is submitted, it's been identified by the witness.
I'm saying on the FOIL request. You know, you're saying recording, you're not allowed to record the audio of this part.
This is public building, right?
Okay, we're not gonna debate that.
It's a constitutional amendment. First, well, I don't think you come out here and ask you. You can ask what you want.
Are you gonna stop recording?
No,
You're trespassing from the building.
it's a constitutional right.
Okay.
First Amendment protected activity.
Second
In
time,
the lobby of a public building.
Second time, I'm telling you, you are now trespassing the lobby of the building.
This will be going to the right time. We'll see.
You know who you are?
Yeah,
We will send you,
so do I.
we will send you.
What's your name? Identify yourself.
Deputy Chief Michael Griffin.
Yeah?
Sergeant Jesse Gale.
Good. We'll see how long this stays up on here.
Okay.
Charlie Longwood. Could you put a Tango Papa number on the screen, please?
You can stop it now. All right, so that video that was played, I believe you testified that's true and accurate representation of the interaction that you and Sergeant Gale had with Mr. Rice, correct?
Yes.
And what during the observation or interaction with Mr. Rice gave you the indication or observation Mr. Rice was recording audio and video in violation of ordinance 25-2266?
Well, his phone pointed at me, which is indication of somebody recording someone. And then I made mention that he said he was recording. He nodded his head briefly, and I said, I'm gonna ask to stop. And he said, well, when I said I was gonna ask, I didn't get to complete my sentence. And Mr. Rice said, you can ask all you want. I said, are you going to stop recording? He said, no, it's a constant, or I don't wanna say that he said no, I'd have to hear it again. But he said it's a constitutional right to record.
Do we want to play that again?
Yeah, you can
Because it was very short, but I believe he did tell you no. But earlier in your testimony, you indicated you actually overheard Mr. Rice's interaction with Kathy Ortiz.
Yes.
And during that conversation you overheard, did you hear Mr. Rice indicate he was recording?
Yes.
Okay. And,
I think Kathy Ortiz asked him if he was recording, and I don't recall what his response was.
okay.
Yeah, well, and I said the male voice stated yes in my report. I don't think that's on body camera, maybe on his phone, but it's not on my body camera.
And, do you have any knowledge as to whether Mr. Rice was aware prior to this date of October 24th about the prohibition?
I don't.
Okay. But do you have any reason to believe that he wasn't aware of that prohibition based on your interaction with him on October 24th?
That he wasn't aware?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
I've had no interaction with Mr. Rice since this came into effect.
Did you, I think it's apparent based on the video, but it's for the record, did you issue a trespass warning to Mark Rice for video and audio recording within the PD lobby?
I had prepared one and it was delivered later. You'll hear me say, I know who you are. It was meant to say, I don't need to identify you, but I want to get this delivered to you, which we facilitated later on that day.
And then, but you did issue a verbal?
I did issue a verbal, yes, but the written copy, oh, that's what you're referring to.
Yeah, so you actually multiple times gave an opportunity to cease recording before you issued a trespass warning, correct?
Yes.
And is, to your knowledge, everything in the trespass warning report that's already been admitted in evidence true and correct, as modified by the testimony you gave today regarding the appearance of the vehicle?
Absent the vehicle description, the actual name brand of the vehicle, everything else is true and accurate.
Were you aware of any copy of Mr. Rice's video and audio recording image being uploaded to YouTube or any other internet source concerning the October 24th incident?
I became aware that his perspective, his video from his angle was uploaded to a YouTube channel, yes.
Okay, did you watch that video that coming from Mr. Rice's smartphone?
I did.
Okay, and the PD has a copy of that and
Yes.
provided it to me. Right?
Yes.
If we, may I like to play the video? And Mr. Rice may have, I saw earlier.
You went out trespassing in the lobby of the building.
Sergeant Flynn and Deputy Chief Michael Cruz.
I object.
This is a
Okay, we can
citizen's
move on.
statement.
What's your objection?
This is not my video. This is done in response to my video. This is not me recording
I
this.
need to know, we have to authenticate the video. We just started playing a video. What is the video? Someone authenticating video for me?
Yes.
This, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, sir.
This video is what I observed on YouTube. It's for lack of a better term, a popular First Amendment auditor YouTube channel. I'm familiar with the gentleman that's pictured, and at some point, within a few seconds, you will see what it appears to be the entirety of Mr. Rice's interaction with me from his perspective on his phone.
But I can, go ahead, I'm sorry.
I just want to, all right, so you're saying it's relevant because it speaks to Mr. Rice's, the incident with Mr. Rice and so forth. You
It-
make this video.
I didn't make it.
So this video, parts of it actually shows the image from Mr. Rice's smartphone as it's aimed at the Deputy Chief and Sergeant Gell of the October 24th incident. So it's clear that Mr. Rice did this recording in violation of ordinance. It proves that he was actually recording.
That's not, obviously it's not Mr. Rice, the photo at the beginning.
So what the Deputy Chief was explaining is that this person is on this image took Mr. Rice's, got a copy of Mr. Rice's smartphone recording and is commenting on it. Now, if Mr. Rice has the actual recording from his phone that he wants to submit into evidence of the incident, because we know it happened, and he'd rather have that play instead, I don't necessarily have a problem with it as long as it is the same image that's here. And I know he has it because I think I saw him play part of it earlier.
What is the nature of your objection, Mr. Rice?
My objection is that this individual may or may not have, edited the actual video. I'm not saying he did or did not. He saw it on my YouTube channel, which I only started because of this incident. I am not a First Amendment auditor. At no means have I ever been a First Amendment auditor as these gentlemen are. And which he stated that he knows that this gentleman here in the picture right now.
Have you seen the video? The video was provided in the list.
I have seen this, but part of my evidence is the actual me recording. So I was gonna bring
I
that.
think the city's offered you, if you had the actual
I
video,
do.
submit to evidence.
Can we- Are you okay if we play your copy right now
You
instead of this one?
And it's the one, I think, we've gone through this and labeled them, so.
Otherwise, I would admit the video only, but limited purposes only as to the video of the actual incident, not any commentary, not anything aside from.
Yeah, okay.
This is,
We have the actual video, and if we look at it, it is the same. I'm okay with substituting that for.
Yeah, I'd like to watch it, but if it is his video, it does the same thing I'm trying to do, just so, Your Honor, that.
Does the city have that able to, is the city able to play that video?
yes.
Department of
How can
Revenue
the
is for
city
request.
play that?
Your name
It
is,
was showing the sound.
your name? You are Kathy Ortiz? Okay, thank you. I didn't know, is Maria still around? Okay. Excuse me? Yes. Well, why would you ask that? Video and audio recording in the police department lobby is prohibited except for this public building. public lobby, constitutional right. Yes. Kathy was helping, but all of a sudden she asked me if I was recording and skipped out of the office. So I have a FOIA request here. So all I'm doing was dropping off the FOIA request and asked, you know, but she didn't even ask if I had one or anything. She just left, so. Okay.
I understand you want to make a FOIL request.
Yep.
Yep. You know, you're saying you're recording. You're not allowed to record in the lobby of the police department.
This public building, correct?
Okay, we're not gonna debate that.
It's a constitutional amendment.
Not yet.
First, well, I don't need you to come out
I'm
here.
gonna ask you,
You can ask all you want.
are you gonna stop recording?
No.
You're trespassing from the building.
It's a constitutional right. First Amendment protected activity in the lobby of a public building. I am not
I'm telling
behind.
you, you are now trespassing in the lobby of the building.
This will be going to my attorney.
Okay.
We'll see.
I know who you are.
Yeah,
We will send
so do I.
We will send you.
What's your name? Identify yourself.
Deputy Chief Michael Rupert.
Yeah?
Sergeant Jesse Hill.
Okay. We'll see how long this stays up on here. They refuse to accept my FOIA request. They're violating the Constitution.
All right, I'd like to admit this in evidence. It appears consistent with the video that I was trying to use.
And that is your video, sir.
Yeah,
No objection,
no,
no objection, it's admitted.
Thank you. And Deputy Chief, is this video that we just played consistent with your understanding of the interaction you had with Mr. Rice, to the extent you and Sergeant Gilmore ended the image of the October 24th incident that resulted in the trespass warning to Mr. Rice?
Yeah, they're mirror images of each other.
And after watching that video, does it recall your memory that he in fact said no when you asked him to stop recording?
Yeah, it becomes more clear to me that he knew he should not be recording.
And also that image, isn't it clear that Kathy Ortiz asked him if he was recording and he said he was?
He said yes.
And did Kathy Ortiz, who's in that image that we just played from Mr. Rice's smartphone, do a sworn statement?
She did.
Okay. And did you review that sworn statement?
I did.
And if there's no objection, I'd like to introduce in the evidence the sworn statement from Kathy Ortiz that's been provided to Mr. Rice and the magistrate at this time. Is this image a copy of the sworn statement that Kathy Ortiz filled out with respect to this incident?
It is, but I know that I signed a copy of that. I just want to make sure that it is the copy that I signed. Yes.
Okay.
Any objection?
No, but I've never seen this before. And it was in one of
Who's
I
the evidence?
believe I asked in the, my FOIA request, my discovery request for any of this, and
I did produce this to him, in the, document, and evidence.
It was in the same one that was provided to magistrate and to you by email. I guess you just testified that you're not email savvy. You didn't?
I did copy, a lot of the emails, but I have never seen that handwritten copy before.
Did you open the individual exhibits? Because there is a series of exhibits.
I can give you a
I've got
copy.
mine here.
You want a copy?
The, I mean, most of the emails, never mind, we'll continue.
So no objection?
No, I have it now.
Submitted, thank you.
Okay, so just to recap, what's the totality of why you issued the trespass warning to Mr. Rice on October 24th?
He was admittedly in violation of the Longwood ordinance 252266.
By recording audio and video in the lobby
Yes.
of the police department? And, did you fill out the trespass warning report, which we admitted in evidence? How did that report end up getting to Mr. Rice?
So I asked, I don't know who exactly I asked, but it was for lack of a better word, an order down the chain of command to have somebody from the shift deliver that to his house.
And that was delivered the same day as the incident occurring on October 24th?
According to this paperwork, yes.
Okay.
And I do recall it being confirmed to me that it was. I also spoke with him and asked if he would be home to take delivery.
Okay, and so on the same day of October 24th incident concerning the trespass warning, did you follow up with Mr. Rice to assist him with the public records request he claimed to have wanted?
I did.
Okay, tell me about that interaction with Mr. Rice, when it happened and what was said.
I was able to obtain his phone number from a previous report. I called, I believe I had his mother answer the phone, and then she put Mr. Rice on the phone. I stated that, I understood that your original reason for being there was to file a FOIA request. I'd like to facilitate that. He said, well, how can I do that? I said, well, you can do it either online, or you can send an email to me, or the records email. I think Mr. Rice told me that he didn't think if he sent it to me that it would go through. I assured him it would, but I gave him the records email also, or only the records email. And he said thank you, and I think that was the end of our conversation.
Okay, and that occurred within how many hours of the lobby interaction with Mr. Rice?
I want to say about an hour and a half to 2 hours,
Okay.
but I don't have that written down, and that'd be subjective of me to give you a definitive time, but it was that day before the end of my shift at 5 o'clock.
Okay. So there was the city didn't deny Mr. Rice opportunity to request records in any way?
No.
Thank you.
I object to that. They did.
Well, you can testify to that,
Okay,
so.
okay.
Yeah, or you can cross-examine the officer
I'm
about that.
objecting to,
Right.
yeah, to.
But it's your
to
turn to ask
statement
questions.
that I was not allowed to.
Sir, yeah, you'll have an opportunity. You can object to his answer. You can cross-examine him, or you can testify.
That's all the questions I have for the witness.
Okay, do you have any cross-examination for this one? Because following cross-examination, this was redirected by the city, and the witness would be free to go. So, any
Yes.
questions about anything that the city asked this witness on
Yes,
cross-examination?
in the video, you stated that you were outside the door of where the records department is, which is the front counter with a one-way glass with the little 3 to 4 inch holes. And,
Yes, sir.
And so, why, you said you responded, yet somebody else came in. I'm not sure of the time. Do I need to go back and actually show the time from the time
not
Kathy
necessarily,
Ortiz
just ask the
and
question.
coming out, but he stated that she came in and he came out within a couple of minutes, which does not collaborate with the video itself. Actually, some other unidentified female.
Again, are you asking the
So,
question?
yeah, so this, you have to pardon me because this is.
You're welcome to testify when we're done with the, I know it's hard, that's why I went to law school,
It
it's
is.
hard, yeah. Okay.
So, in the aspect of the photo that just picks the front doors, is there an ordinance number or a legal statute or any identifying indication that that is a city ordinance?
There is none.
Okay, so how could anyone, any public individual, the press or anybody understand that that is a city ordinance and not just a request or signage on that door as you find on many doors, like no guns and knives allowed? How would you expect me to know that that is an ordinance?
I can't answer your question. I don't know how I would say that to you. I would say that these are the rules as you enter.
So, but my question is, you stated that that is a city ordinance posted on that exterior door, and yet, in evidence, there is no ordinance number to indicate or inform the general public that this is an ordinance.
You're correct.
And I could what?
You're correct that there's no ordinance number listed there.
Okay, so how would I know that this is an ordinance and not just a sign that you posted?
Outside of reviewing our muni code, I don't know that you would know that that is an ordinance.
Okay, so
I
why?
can't testify to what you would know.
I understand that. So why is there not an ordinance number posted with this signage on the front door to notify that this is an actual legal law or code or ordinance or, legality?
I can't testify to that either.
Okay, but you are the deputy chief of
I am.
police. And your responsibility is to uphold the Constitution. You did swear an oath to the United States Constitution, the Florida State Constitution, the Florida statutes, city and ordinance and all
All
that.
of those.
Okay, so once again, I'm asking, and I understand.
It's been
that
asked
you
and
probably
answered, he's answered.
answered. So,
I didn't fix that to the door, sir. So
okay.
that's not,
But would you, in your position, have the, I don't want to say intelligence, but the
you can say whatever, you're not gonna offend me, say what you want.
I'm not sure of the word, I'm not going to offend you, but the intelligence to say, hey, look, this could be misinterpreted. We actually need to put this, state that this is an ordinance.
I can't answer yes or no to that. I can't. I'm not the final authority on the ordinance or what gets posted on the door, sir.
So, okay. So, in my perspective, this is entrapment.
Objection.
Is this
Sir,
entrapment?
Sir,
It is.
Mr. Rice,
Yes.
I want you to keep, these are questions and answers. What you think and what you feel is not a question. I'm gonna ask you questions.
Do you feel this is entrapment by not having the ordinance number posted along with the ordinance?
No. But my feelings are irrelevant here, sir.
And why do you feel it's irrelevant?
I can't give you an opinion. We're in a formal,
I'm asking, I mean, your deputy chief.
I don't know if that would have been helpful to you in this situation. I can't testify to that either, or
Or
any.
would it be helpful for anyone, not just me, but any general public to know that this is an ordinance and not just a sign posted?
If I saw that sign on a door, I would not, going into a legal building and that was posted, I would not do that. But that's me. And that's irrelevant to this forum, I believe. Am I right or wrong?
Do you know why this was posted?
I have
Do you know why
some,
the ordinance was created?
to protect privacy of people coming in and make some very private, I want to say accusations, allegations, victims of crimes.
Is it your responsibility as a law enforcement officer to keep that privacy? If someone comes in hypothetically and claims rape, to take them out of the general public area of the police department and take them to a more secure and private area?
So at some point, we probably could do that. However, people can run in there as a place of refuge. When I'm recording with a body camera, I can control under public records law what gets put out.
Correct.
I can't control what you or anybody else with a camera puts out. I can't do that.
So you can control what you video record and disseminate to the public, where you are not allowing the public to record and disseminate
Can I
under
quantify,
the same grounds.
can I quantify that? Public records law 119 tells us what we can disseminate and what we cannot disseminate. I don't personally decide it. I follow 119.
Okay,
Now, let me finish this. You and anybody else with a camera are not bound to 119. So I need to protect the chance that somebody comes in and utters some things that potentially could harm them publicly if it gets out. It's a place of refuge also, the lobby.
is the public lobby open to the general public?
Yes,
So their privacy is not, so you're claiming their privacy supersedes my privacy in recording my interaction with the Longwood Police Department, and particularly this, in this case, the dissemination of and request for the public records.
I'm gonna object to this question. It's irrelevant, lacks validation, like misrepresents testimony, reform of it. It's just,
Objection sustained.
Okay, let me rephrase it. Is somebody else's privacy more important than my privacy?
objection, that's not relevant.
It is. He made a statement that somebody else could come in there and make a statement that might be private, yet my privacy in regards to filming my personal business is now not private.
The nature of the objection, if I'm listening to the city correctly, is that this witness isn't testified that he's an expert, he's enforcing the ordinance he didn't create. There's no foundation. He didn't testify that he was an expert or that he created the ordinance. That's what he understands the purpose of each one of the limits of his understanding. He didn't create the ordinance. He's not making judgment calls. He's just following that particular ordinance, and his opinion is not, he's giving me the limits of what he could do. So he's not making judgment calls. He doesn't have he hasn't laid any foundation for him to be able to be an expert in those things. He's enforcing an ordinance and not making, he didn't write the ordinance himself. That's
Right, I understand that. But he brought in the privacy of other individuals being more important than my privacy in recording my interaction with
That's
law
assuming that
enforcement.
you have a privacy right to record. I'm not aware of a privacy right to record, and that's a statement by him, and I'm gonna sustain the objection, because I don't get the question. I don't think he has the capability of answering the question. I don't think he's qualified to answer your question.
So then why did he make the statement?
I'm not answering your questions.
Why did you make the statement in regards to that somebody else's privacy is more important than the person that's already in there?
I didn't make the statement that anybody's privacy was more important than anybody else's privacy.
No, you didn't, but you said somebody else coming in that has something that may be private. The reason this ordinance was created was to protect their privacy. So therefore, now you have neglected my privacy in recording my interaction with the
Objection,
police.
he's testifying, not asking a question.
So there's no evidence that you have a privacy right to record. It's not a privacy right. There's been no foundation for that question. It's speculative, beyond the scope of this witness. I'm sustaining the objection. Please move on.
Okay. So you have no knowledge of the procedures and the information, in posting, and being, somebody in your position that, hey, this could be misconstrued
Objection, asked for the answer.
and that. I'm just clarifying again and making sure that I've gone
It's
over
been
this.
asked and answered, I'm going to sustain the objection. I have the testimony, I've got the evidence.
So, are you aware of anyone else being trespassed under the same ordinance?
Yes,
And after, have they gone to a hearing? Have they appealed the trespass?
yes.
And do you know how many people have been trespassed under this signage?
I want to say 4, but I
Okay.
can't, please don't take that as gold.
Right.
It could be more, it could be less, but my general knowledge is 4.
Okay, do you know how many people prior to me being trespassed were trespassed for this signage on the front door?
I'm not clear of the chronological order. So, not right now, I'd have to go back and look it up.
Okay,
I'm not even gonna take a wild guess in this form.
okay. Am I allowed to bring in evidence at this time in regards to previous?
If you have something to cross-examine him with, you can't testify, but you can show him something if you have something to
Okay,
show him.
Well, I'm gonna object because this is, his cross of my direct, not his opportunity to admit evidence. He blew that. That was his first line of questioning.
I'm gonna give you a little latitude to try to kind of tie this into something that the officer testified. Remember, cross-examination is what he testified to on behalf of the city and any questions, but I'll give you a little latitude, try to, but keep it, it really is limited to whatever he testified to.
Right, and he testified that there have been 4
You
people
can
that
show
have
him
been trespassed.
which one, see if he can, ask if he
But he doesn't
recognizes.
know how many people prior to me. One of the individuals was actually,
Okay, don't testify, sir. You can show him things, you can ask him
was,
questions.
do you know Joshua Gray?
I do.
Do you know if he was trespassed prior to me, to my trespassing on October 24th, Friday, 2025?
Off the top of my head right now, I think he was trespassed prior to you.
Okay, did you take any action, in regards to this signage because of his hearing, his appeal, and at that time,
What do you mean?
well, I'm not sure how to phrase this in this. You are aware that people have been trespassed over this.
Yes,
You're aware that there's no ordinance defining the signage on your front door,
not listed on.
not listed on the front door.
Okay,
Several people, you have stated, have been trespassed, correct?
yes.
Okay. Prior to me being trespassed, did you take any action to clarify or submit or request that this signage be identified as an ordinance?
Sir, I didn't know, so I believe there's been one trespass appeal hearing prior to you. I did not watch that in its entirety, and I did not know if that was a bone of contention in that trespass appeal hearing.
Have you personally trespassed anyone under this signage
You?
besides me?
No.
Were you involved in the trespassing of anyone other than myself under this signage on the
No.
front door?
No. Directly involved, not, no, sir.
Okay, so that's
Can I go back to where I testified earlier and say that our protocol, when Mr. Langley talked about our protocol, and I told you that it was a violation, and, so you are informed upon my first interaction that it's a violation. So I know it's not posted on the door, but everyone, to my knowledge, is told that it's a violation to record there of the ordinance.
after they have entered the building, correct? After they have passed this signage that is not listed as an ordinance.
But I testified previously that if I tell you that it's a city ordinance violation, we give you the opportunity to cease and carry on with your lawful business.
Okay, in my case, when you notified me that it was an ordinance, should you have, at that point, taken it upon yourself, being the deputy chief of the City of Longwood Police Department posted or requested that this be identified as an ordinance, such as disabled parking signs in parking lots. They have an ordinance number on it.
Okay.
You're claiming this is an ordinance, but nobody is aware this is an ordinance until they come into it.
Sir, the question's been asked and answered several
Okay.
times. I got it. I've got that piece of information.
Okay, so but once again, the question is, should you have taken steps to identify that this is an ordinance?
Objection.
Either.
The objections is sustained. Move on.
Okay. Do you know what the Longwood Police Department zoning is?
Yes.
And what is its zoning?
When you say zoning, you're talking about how we divide the patrol areas up?
That particular building, 235 West Church Street? The
Yes,
zoning for
West
the
Church
police
Avenue.
department? What zoning is that?
That's zone 2.
Not an area, but what is the city's zoning code that it's listed under?
I'm not sure I'm clear on your question.
Is it zoned as official property of Longwood City?
Are you asking if the city owns that property?
No, is it zoned as Longwood Police Department?
Objection, this is
It goes to the.
question form of it, it's. we can't
Think
cover
he just-
it.
I guess this is gonna come in later. I'm asking about the zoning because, it's part of creating
He has
the
to know.
ordinance.
Your question, does he know what that address is zoned as? That's the question. If that's what you're asking.
Yes,
If he knows. If he doesn't know, then you move on. If he does know, he can testify. Then we move on.
do you know what it's zoned as?
The Longwood Police Department.
Okay.
It's city property. I don't know how else to answer that, sir.
I'll get to that in my closing argument as to the zoning of it. So if I think I'm done with him, as far as cost reference.
Is there any redirect by the city?
Are you aware of any government, including the city, that posts every statutory reference for all crimes and violations on signage of doors?
No, I think speed limits speak to that when you talk about speeds in certain areas. It doesn't say under what statute that is posted, I don't believe. So, kind of liken this to the same type of signage. You don't speed because that's the speed limit, right? I think that's how I would see it.
Object. That's not a city ordinance, a speed limit. That's actually a Florida statute on speed limit. We're talking about ordinances here.
I think he can, I understand your objection. I think he can answer what he knows and I will put that as to the weight of the evidence, whether it's on there or not.
Yeah, but my question is what you have to object to, not as an answer. Anyway, so just to recap, the ordinance was adopted by the city commission, and that's a ordinance that's available and online for the public to see.
Yes,
And that ordinance is just like any other ordinance the city adopts in that regard, correct?
yes.
So I don't know if you're aware of this, but be aware that members of the public have constructive notice of the city's ordinances by virtue of them being adopted by the city commission in public meetings.
Mhm.
Okay, is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, and then another way that the members of the public are aware of the ordinance 25-2266, at least in regards to the prohibition of video and audio recording in the PD lobby, is the signage that we admitted in evidence you testified to, correct?
Yes.
And another way that the appellant, Mr. Rice, was aware of the ordinance was when you informed him in your interactions with him that he was violating an ordinance by recording in the lobby. correct?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I have, thank you.
So, witness? Anything, you can only ask any questions responsive to what the city has just asked.
Right, so in regards to ordinance and posting, and Mr. Langley referring to speed limits, not stating that there's an ordinance or identification on it, do handicap placards or handicap signs in parking lots, even in your parking lot, indicate an ordinance number on there?
I believe some do and some don't, depending on where you're at.
Okay, but generally,
They do.
they do. And so my question is, if.
Are you asking me to testify if the ones in my parking lot?
No,
Okay.
I'm, as a general, or as a generality, do handicap signs have ordinances on them? And do they have the list of the fines that, and I can refer to the handicap sign out here in the parking lot. It's a $250 fine. So my question is, are you aware that those are city ordinances? They list city ordinances and they list the outcome for violating that ordinance.
I'm aware that they do list fines, they do sometimes list ordinances. I can't testify to every handicap sign that I've seen, or person with disability sign, I can't testify to that. I can agree that some do.
Okay.
And if you want to talk about the ones that are here in this parking lot, I have to go out there and look at them with you, I can't.
Yeah, I'm disabled, so I'm familiar with almost all of them, and I have yet to see.
Sir,
but
sir,
I'm
we have less.
stopping.
I know you mean well. We have 60 minutes left for the hearing, so
Yeah,
I want to
so-
make sure everyone gets a chance to testify.
I will, so you also mentioned that, you had contacted me in, when you came out, that you had offered, multiple ways of,
Objection, this is outside of.
Beyond the scope, this is not responsive to what was just asked, this was testified to before, so I'm going to sustain the objection.
oh, okay.
Anything else you want to ask about what the city just asked this witness? That's
No.
cross-examination.
As far as the ordinance, we can go into the ordinance now, but I mean,
This witness is, you've asked him, you've called him as a witness, the city cross-examined, you can ask him anything responsive to what the city just asked him.
okay.
So if there's nothing further responsive, then I'm gonna release the witness, because
Okay.
the city wants to ask him something else.
Okay.
Okay, you're just.
Hey, Mr. Rice, prior to this, I didn't know you were a veteran. I thank you for your service, I mean that.
I have evidence in which he's involved in that I'd
You
like to
can
present, but.
testify. All right, sir, let me ask, just in the interest of time, how many witnesses will you be calling for the
I
balance?
have one, but I believe she's posted one of the evidences already, but I have four
How many-
more. I only
that
have
are here today?
one witness.
One witness today, and yourself,
Yes.
city, and any additional, I'm sure we have time, okay, so I wanna make sure we have time.
At this time, I don't intend to call anyone else.
Okay. No one else, okay, so we have time, so we're bound down to about 55 minutes, Mr. Rice, because we're scheduled for 2.5 hours this morning, so, witness is excused, you may call your next witness.
Joshua Gray.
You wanna go, someone to go get him?
I'll go grab, I can grab.
I want to, before we start, object to this witness, it's completely irrelevant. Mr. Gray, if you recall, was the appellant in one of your prior hearings on the trespass appeal. He was not present on October 24th. This is just more of an attempt by Mr. Rice and these folks to just create a circus environment. It has no meaning or
I object to his comment, creating a circus. I'm not here to create a circus. I hold this very dear and open transparency of government.
What is the nature, Mr. Gray, I haven't seen him in relation to this incident at all, what is his relation?
It's
what do
in
you-
regards to statements that, that are relevant by the chief of police and his own experience
And he witnessed,
in
okay,
the-
was he witness to anything? Does he have expertise? Those are was he witness to anything involving?
Well,
Okay, for a witness to be relevant, yes, I just wanna make sure, does he have evidence about whether the warrant, this particular warrant was served correctly, was proper because he was present, or if he wasn't present, I haven't seen any evidence that he was present, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Is he a constitutional scholar? Does he have that expertise, or he just has opinions about those things?
No, he has, I would consider expertise in performance of this hearing in regards to being trespassed as in the same form I was.
That's not really expertise. If he has some expertise, you can inquire as to what expertise he might have, but I don't see how he's relevant. I don't see how his testimony is relevant based on what you're telling me, because he has information or opinions or thoughts about, the constitutionality, the ordinance, or the procedures. It doesn't make it relevant. If he had some kind of degree or expertise with written books or was knowledgeable particularly, perhaps. But when we're here on whether the ordinance was properly issued, and
Okay.
but if he
Alright,
has
then-
information, I'm not gonna preclude you, but you're gonna have to qualify him for me to do that.
I mean, well, what I'm trying to get at is, I believe, to the best of my knowledge, from reviewing his video of this, that you actually denied his constitutionality during his,
That's
and
not relevant
and
to your
then
hearing.
you changed your opinion, and you actually emailed me saying that the constitutionality will be allowed in this court. So you've gone from not allowing
Okay.
him.
No, my actions are not subject of this hearing, so I'm not, if that's the purpose you're gonna have him testify to, that I ruled that the statute was constitutional as applied to him, and that I said you can address it, you can address any issue you want, sir, but my actions are not on trial here today. What I did in another case, that's what you have circuit courts to address all of those issues, but I'm very limited in scope in terms of what I can do here.
Okay.
So, you have, I have said the ordinance is
And
constitutional.
that's why I was asking him, you're gonna have him testify why, you're limited in your scope, and you denied him the constitutionality, and I was gonna ask him about that.
What happened in another hearing is not relevant to this hearing. Did it involve you? It's a different, this is whether there was a violation of the ordinance. So if you're calling me to say what happened in his hearing, there's public record of that. So, at this point, if there's public record, I'll take judicial notice of my prior ruling, and that's it. I would not be here, if that's what you're calling witness for, I would exclude the witness. If you have some other basis, expertise, or some direct testimony of what happened in your particular case.
I do, I have, we can go on to the constitutionality.
You can testify, I mean, you're welcome to
Yes,
testify.
yeah.
Then if Mr. Gray's gonna testify, he has to step outside. If he's not gonna testify, he's welcome to stay.
Just,
Well, that's the question. Am I allowed to testify?
So I'm not addressing you.
Well, that's the question.
If we're not testifying, you're welcome to stay. If you are testifying, Mr. Rice has invoked the rule of sequestration, so.
Right, but I think I'm the next witness, right?
He's gonna he may not call you as a witness. He's not-
That's what I'm saying. Like, if
So
we're
he's
not,
calling you, you're welcome to stay. If you are gonna
Right.
testify, then he's gonna next witness would testify, you have to stay outside during that person's
so
testimony.
I just didn't understand. So he can call me as a witness.
If it's relevant, and if there's been an objection, so interposed by the city, so I was in a discussion about that.
so, I'm sorry, I'm not sure as to the, you're saying if he's not an expert, then he's ineligible.
The city objected and asked for relevance of witness and asked by the city. so in order to be able to determine, I asked you, number one, if the individual involved was a witness to this incident, and I think you said no. I asked you the relevance of the witness. You said he was relevant because of orders that were issued in his hearing and my actions. So that would not be relevant. If that's the purpose, I would exclude the witness. Because we'll take judicial notice of any prior rulings of the special magistrate, and those are public record, and happy to take judicial notice of them. If you want to testify as to why it's consistent or not consistent, that's fine. But Mr. Gray has to have either be a witness, right, have knowledge of your particular case, or some expertise, foundational expertise in any of the issues you're raising. Except you have to have a foundation to basis.
So, again, more proceedings, the rules of evidence, the rules of evidence don't apply here. Correct? You've already said that.
No, they do, I mean, it does say.
They're limited and.
It's written into the actual ordinance. Rules of evidence do not apply.
You're not, please don't address the court, you're not.
I'm obviously an expert on the ordinance.
So yes, I'm calling him as
So
a
here's-
witness.
This call, and I said there's an objection. So I told you, you can qualify the witness and show me, before he testifies to anything, his relevance to this proceeding. The qualification question, the city can cross-examine, and then I will reserve determining whether he can testify or not.
Yes, I'm calling him.
All right, we'll swear him in. Yes, go ahead, Chair. We'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear oath or affirm the testimony you will give today will be the truth and the whole truth? Thank you. All right, so remember that this is a limited purpose at first to determine whether the witness, city's objection is still pending. City stated the witness has no direct knowledge and doesn't have any relevant evidence for the hearing today, lack of expertise. So you may ask questions directly establishing a foundation for that, not what happened in this case, but just a foundation for that. I think you've already told me that he has no direct evidence of what happened on October 24th, so.
He was not present
So
during that time.
what expertise, you may ask him questions about his expertise in this area, and what makes him qualified to give relevant evidence in this case.
Do you have relevant evidence in the city ordinance before us of 22-66?
Objection, that's not, doesn't go to the scope that you limited to regarding this particular proceeding.
I think you need to ask him what testify to that is relevant to this proceeding. I think not asking whether he has it, but
Do you have evidence?
we have to ask what it is.
What is your expertise in this ordinance?
I would say my expertise is first understanding the ordinance and what's in the ordinance, reading the ordinance, being educated about it. As to more expertise, I went through this hearing where my rights were violated by Mr. Langley over there and good magistrate over here.
Okay, so my objection stands. I mean, it's essentially telling you that his expertise relates to the prior proceeding that he had and he lost before here, and he's not a constitutional expert. Opinions of law are for the magistrate and the courts to decide, and for the city commission to address in the adoption of the ordinance. It's not appropriate subject matter for a witness.
Sir, is there anything else that's relevant that you would, because I think we kind of.
Yeah, I mean, of course.
Any other expertise
Sure,
that you have to
sure.
lend to this proceeding?
Yeah, I mean.
Foundational, like
Yeah, yeah.
training, specialized schooling.
Sure. So in my position as a journalist, an investigative journalist, I went to test this theory over at the police department. So I went there and recorded surreptitiously to see if it was really an issue to record in the public lobby, and it's not. It's only.
Do you have any specialized training? Do you have
Yeah, I
a
mean.
degree, written any scholarly materials?
Well, it's the First Amendment of the Constitution that gives us all those freedom of press rights that we all should exercise, all of us.
Anything else?
Well, I mean, specifically to the fact that I've been in that lobby after the ordinance was passed, videotaping on multiple occasions with no consequence. So it seems like you're not getting punished
Sir,
for filming in the lobby. You're only getting punished for posting on the internet what you film in the lobby. So that just seems to go to the heart of it. Wouldn't you say, Dan?
I'm not answering your question, sir.
That's a good choice for you.
Okay, the witnesses, unless there's anything else, the witness is excluded.
Why?
So,
No, he's excluded.
okay,
May not testify today.
Why
Sit
not?
down.
Why?
I'm not answering your questions.
Maybe
sir.
you could ask his. You should ask.
why?
I made the ruling, I asked for foundational information. Witness has no direct testimony pertaining to this hearing, this matter. If there's redress in the prior hearing, he can take that up in the courts.
Okay, so you're being paid by the city of Longwood to be here, along with the city here.
Sir, I'm directing you to call your
Okay.
next witness.
I have no next witness except for my videos and.
Are you said you were, earlier, you were gonna testify.
Yes, yes.
Well, you are a witness,
Oh,
so,
okay, I'm referring to others.
is there anybody else besides yourself?
No.
Take a stand. Take with you any materials you need so you don't have to go back and forth. I know you were having, did you need some assistance with your, I know you said your back was bothering you, sir.
No, I'll be home in bed for the rest of the day.
If you're not feeling well,
No,
you're not able to, okay.
No, I'm not gonna.
And you can
change
stand during
myself.
your testimony if you need to. You told me that you might need to. You solemnly swear oath or affirm the testimony you give would be the truth and the whole truth.
Yes, I do.
You may proceed.
Okay, so, my name is Mark Rice. I'm here on, a violation of an ordinance. And I'm here at this time to present the unconstitutionality of said ordinance. We will start with, long glasses. May I?
Sure, certainly.
I just have a question for clarification. Is he doing the factual testimony part or legal argument part right now? Is he-
No, I'm going to testify to my actions and present evidence.
I think he's gonna present evidence in support of his appeal, I
Okay,
guess.
thank you.
So, Liana, in regards to the first, whereas, you know, it was highly suspicious when I read this.
Are you
that-
referring to the ordinance when you're saying the whereas?
Yes, the first whereas. I was highly suspicious about the first line because I knew I had read it somewhere in one of the case laws. But I'd like to address, as testimony by Deputy Chief April, am I?
You're allowed to testify, you're not allowed to make argument, right? So argument comes in because you can
No,
testify to specifics. Sure,
To
certainly.
his statements in
Yes,
regards that he's
yes,
had previous
yes.
interactions with.
Yes,
Okay, Liana or Leanne?
that's the clerk,
Leanne.
she's the clerk.
I have a Liana down there. So, could you pull up, the one, I believe it's, October 28th, a year ago? The interaction in which, I had with, requesting a FOIA public records
Are
request.
you asking for October of 2024?
Yes, this.
Prior
this-
to the enactment of the ordinance?
Yes. to establish that this has been a constitutionally and accepted practice to film and record your personal and the duties of public and government officials.
Okay, I'm gonna object to any video or other evidence that relates to incidents occurring outside the scope of the October 24th hearing, and also, as a magistrate.
Excuse me, I'm gonna ask that you not have communications with people sitting in the gallery speaking back and forth. I can only follow one conversation at a time.
Also, the ordinance was adopted April 21st, 2025, so anything that might have related to dates before that would not have been a violation of ordinance that did not yet exist. So none of that would be relevant. So I would object to
The relevancy is that it's been an ongoing and an accepted practice for years, ever since the city of Longwood has been created.
I'm assuming the city would stipulate that prior to the enactment of the ordinance, there were no trespass, in April of 2025, there were no trespass warrants issued for people videotaping and letting show that.
Obviously, we would not have issued trespass warnings for violation of ordinance that did not exist, so I
Right.
can stipulate to that.
So I think, and that people perhaps did videotape in the lobby, but I don't know that it's relevant. Something happened a year
Well,
ago to your particular.
It's ex parte communications on this, and it establishes,
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
it-
ex parte.
it
That is
establishes that it's a constitutionally accepted practice with previous evidence. And so I would like to know why the ordinance was created. If we have been allowed to do this for, since, I don't have the exact date.
Are you asking yourself a question?
No,
You
I
can answer the
yeah,
questions.
yeah, this is,
Remember, your testimony is as if a lawyer were asking you questions.
so
You
I'm
can testify
asking
that you
myself,
don't believe.
why all of a sudden, since the,
I'm gonna rule on
since,
the evidence. The evidence is excluded. That's, to sustain the objection, it's a year prior to the enactment of the ordinance.
but it has the interaction with
The city will stipulate that
with
there were,
Mike April,
that were persons, the interaction, Mike April.
with Deputy Chief Mike April.
Before the ordinance was in effect.
Yes. And, multiple times, how he has targeted me, and how this is another target effect. Because he saw me out there, he knew who I was in that parking lot.
Sir, you have to lay a foundation for this. You have to
The
give some
foundation
testimony.
is,
Give
he
testimony.
left his communication with the individuals he was speaking to in the parking lot when he noticed me and he knew me from previous interactions. This establishes the previous interactions of me publicly filming for FOIA requests in which I was there on October 24th of this year doing a public records FOIA request.
And that's a great upon. I think the city would stipulate you did a public records request. I don't think there's any dispute that occurred and that you were filming at that time. As far as the no evidence I've heard today, since you haven't done that, I'm not going to admit based on that, I'm not going to admit the videotape.
Okay. The next one will be, I'd like to show how only City of Longwood, is City of Longwood the only one that does this, has this ordinance that you're aware of?
Sir, you don't get.
Oh,
I'm so
Getting-
sorry. You're testifying now.
Yeah, so I do not know, and I have evidence that City of Longwood is the only one in Seminole County that has this ordinance. And that I would like to present, the evidence in regards to every other city in Seminole County as well. Police department lobbies is what I'm referring to, and the Seminole County Sheriff's Department lobby evidence in which they all state that they are constitutional, it's a constitutional right to film in the lobby.
So that's your
And
testimony.
so I'm asking I'm asking myself, why City of Longwood is the only one that has this ordinance, that isn't posted as an ordinance, it's just a sign on a door, as any other sign would be posted, lacking the knowledge or the indication that this is a law or ordinance. And so I present the evidence to back my question.
What does that evidence consist of before we see this?
It consists of an individual going to each and every police department in Seminole County, as well as the Seminole County Sheriff's Department lobby, and being permitted to film in the lobby and being stated that is a constitutional First Amendment by superior officers in each one of these departments, except for the City of Longwood. And I'm asking, why is City of Longwood seems to think that they're above the Constitution of freedom of press, freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, and the unalienable rights in which God gave us, in which government only outlines. So at this time, I would like to present that.
Yeah, I'm gonna object. I was waiting, I'm sorry, trying to be courteous. So objection, it's not relevant to whether or not other cities have ordinances or enforce ordinances, is completely irrelevant as to whether or not the city, which obviously has an ordinance and you obviously violated it. And so with respect to what other cities do and what their laws are, is not relevant to this proceeding. And we don't know the context of who took the videos, when, what time, whether these cities have ordinances. There's been no evidence of that. Wouldn't be irrelevant anyway. All cities have different ordinances on the books. It doesn't mean one is constitutional to do something, one is not, just because one city may have an ordinance and the other may not. There are policy reasons for doing things or not doing things, and it doesn't even speak to the constitutionality, which has already been addressed.
And I decline to accept that, or I object to it, however it is, because it does lead to the constitutionality. We reside in Seminole County. We are under county. I'm asking him, it's hard for me to ask a question to myself when I already have the answer to it. So, how is Longwood subsidized? How does Longwood incur the public officials and the police department? It's through public
Okay, we're just
taxes
talking
and
right now, we're
bonds.
talking about it. You can argue that in closing, or you can argue it in argument. We're testifying here.
So,
If the video is gonna show me that, or show it, put it to evidence, how long is the video, by the way? How long? You've gone to every city clerk and.
they're real short clips. Does it show how long the video is?
That would be the end of our hearing.
So we
have
can
30 minutes.
we can skip a couple of them, but the whole thing is in regards to, and I'll submit it to you
Yeah,
for
if
you to
wanna
review.
proffer- If you want to proffer to me, as a proffer, that you believe that this exhibit's gonna show me that every other city, there's no other city or county in Seminole County that has an ordinance, I can submit that to
And
me,
it's not about the ordinance, they're stating that it's a constitutional right.
that you have that testimony from other cities, not
Yes.
from the city of Longwood. I would take that as a proffer, and you could submit that to me with your evidence, just in the interest of time, sir, because we're gonna watch that and then we're gonna conclude.
Okay.
And I want you to
So-
submit it with your other evidence, in a
Okay.
form that I can watch it,
And-
okay?
yeah.
And email some other form, and I will watch it.
And
Submit
so-
it for that limited purpose.
Okay, so, we are going to, this is difficult for me to ask myself. Am I aware of the City of Cummings, statement here? Due to the fact that I was unaware that I had to subpoena witnesses, I don't have the information in who created this, because apparently it was just submitted by Chief Dowda, but he's not the one who created this. And I was want to find out. That's why I had submitted all those individuals who had signed this ordinance and Chief Dowd in regards to who actually drew this ordinance up. Because somebody had to have been an expert in legal terms to include these case laws to make it a ordinance. They had to have some expertise in this. And Chief Dowd, during Mr. Gray's interview, said he did not create this. He just presented it. I know it seems like I'm doing a closing argument here, but I'm just bewildered that, you know, we're paying for I'm paying, you know, through taxes, I'm paying to be prosecuted by the people that I'm paying to uphold the law and the Constitution, and they're claiming that this is constitutional, and it's not. Smith v. Cummings states so.
I would object, this is legal argument, not testimony.
And so at this time, I guess I'm done asking myself questions, and I'll just go to closing arguments.
See if the city has any cross-examination of you, and before you do that, then you're welcome to go to closing. And you can do that from here or from your seat. I know you said it's mobility issues, but the city needs to have some questions for some answers.
Hey, good morning. So, again, like the deputy chief said, thank you for your service in the military. I do have a couple questions, pretty limited. Did you record video and audio in the police department lobby on October 24th, 2025?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Were you aware?
I was not aware of it being an ordinance due to the signage on the door.
Okay, but you read the signage on the lobby door before you
Yes, I
entered?
did.
So
And I
you-
took it as just a deterrent, but not as a law, statute, code, regulation, or any legal or lawful order.
Do you agree that a deputy chief, during his interaction with you, informed you that there was an ordinance that prohibited recording in the PD lobby before he trespassed you?
I believe he did, yes.
Okay. So at that time, were you not in belief or disbelief of what the deputy chief was telling you was?
Yes, there was no direct evidence. I've had interactions with, at the time, he was not Deputy Chief Michael April. He was Internal Affairs Supervisor or whatever highest rank he was at that time. He has been disrespectful, outright belligerent, obnoxious, tyrannical, and authoritarian towards me in regards to FOIA requests that I had filmed prior to this unconstitutional ordinance being enacted in April of this year. And that was evidence in both those videos that I have. He actually, I had taken and made a statement about F you, and he said, how do you know what my sexual preference is? What I might like it up the ass. This is not a person that we want in our government who acts like that. Secondly, I have made formal complaints in which he has investigated but found no merit to it. And the evidence, and the reason that I'm here is because what happened the day prior and what continues to happen with certain individuals along the police department, especially Michael, now Deputy Chief Michael O'Pro. I was not aware he was Deputy Chief Michael O'Pro when he came out. I thought he was once again IA Director or whatever the title is that he held at that time, 2 years ago. And the evidence and the videos that I'll submit to you will show his interference in my acceptance and submission of public records FOIA requests. And so
Okay.
I mean, the city's asking you questions, and
Yeah.
when you complete your answer, but only the city asks you.
Or that was probably not responsive to the question, but that's fine.
That's a good question.
In your questioning earlier, in some of your statements, you alluded to prior trespass warnings in appeal hearings. Do you remember that? You were alluding to that?
Yeah.
So when you got trespass from the lobby on October 24th, 2025, were you at that time aware that the city had already issued trespass warnings for
No.
violations?
No,
No, when did you become aware of that?
I found that out, and whatever day I posted that video is when I got responses, from Mr. Gray saying that, oh, he was here that morning for the trespass warning while I was being trespassed at the Longwood Police Department for the same thing. That's when I found out that there was previous individuals who had been trespassed from the lobby of the police department. I had no knowledge prior to it. And to be honest with you, I actually misread the front of the door, which is my ignorance. I actually was elated. I thought I was filming it when I said the comment that, wow, Longwood's actually accepted the openness and the accountability that we're able to film in the lobby. I honestly thought it said, in that picture it says it's prohibited. I thought it said not prohibited. And you can see when, throughout that video, that I turned around and I was reading the signage from inside the lobby, and that's when I noticed it said prohibited, and that's when I went to say, well, that's unconstitutional. Because at first, I actually thought they were being open and forthcoming, hey, come in, and you're allowed to record public officials during normal business, time, place, and mannerism of public officials, police officers doing their duty. And so when I walked in there, it was my, better word, I guess, my ignorance or misreading of that. And then I corrected myself later on in the video saying that it was prohibited. But I had no knowledge that it was an ordinance or anybody else had been trespassed until well after this, I had posted it. And once again, you're asking questions. I'm kidding.
Make sure your answers are responsive.
Did the deputy chief call you on October 24th after he gave you a trespass warning to follow up on a public records request that you were intending to make?
Yes, and I believe he also, and it was approximately 2 hours later, like he said, it was somewhere around 5:30, 6 o'clock, something like that, or maybe 4 o'clock, somewhere around there. And then a couple hours later, he asked me if I wanted to make a request to him over the phone. I asked him, are you recording this? He goes, no. He answered no. He failed to mention that in his questioning of when you asked him. He failed to mention that I asked him if he was recording this. He failed to mention that he responded no. And at that time is when I said, no, I'm not going to make the request to you because, as he stated, I don't trust him. I trust, and I have no ill manner about the uniform and police officers. It's the individuals wearing the police uniform, doing criminal acts under the guise of color of law. My nephew is a law enforcement officer. My other nephew was a law enforcement officer. I don't have a problem with law enforcement. Only the bad ones. And Mr. April, Deputy Chief now April, seems to be one of those bad individuals with the multiple interactions that we've had. And so I didn't believe any word that he said. I have submitted on that day as well 3 affidavits or 3 formal complaints that were accepted by the clerk, timestamp, in regards to their action and refusal to accept my FOIA request. At that time that I was in there recording, not as a First Amendment auditor, but for my own personal record, because otherwise I would have to pay again to get that information from people I'm already paying in taxes for doing their job.
So did the deputy chief not give you other options other than over the telephone for making a phone records
It doesn't
request?
matter if he gives me other options.
Well, that's
It
not
is a
the-
yes or no question.
Yeah,
Yes,
he did, okay. Did you make a records request in another, method that,
I went to the city hall.
okay, so you were able to do your public records request?
Yes, but not at the time and not in person, which I am entitled to. Every citizen is entitled to go in front and ask any government agent for a records request in person. If I had asked, they came out of, and I believe Sergeant Gelm stopped the video recording when they came out of the police department. Because I'm, to the best of my knowledge, he asked me about, would you like to make your FOIA request? And outside the lobby of the Longwood Police Department on October 24th. And I said yes, and I gave him the rundown of the FOIA request and what the FOIA request involved. It was involving Longwood Police Department cruiser, had no I didn't know who was in the cruise, police officers in the cruiser, making multiple civil traffic violations, disregarding the law, and this isn't the second time I have experienced this. I experienced it firsthand. In an unfortunate incident with Longwood where I was arrested. These officers do not believe in wearing seatbelts, and so I know I'm in closing.
I'm just, yeah, well, this question, the city, I want to make sure the city's getting its questions asked, because then we're gonna go to closings.
Yeah, I have no other questions. I mean, every time I ask a question, he talks about something completely different anyway. So no more
No more
Jeez.
questions, okay. So that would conclude any witnesses on your end, any witnesses from the city. So options now, closing arguments, which I'm open to hear, but I want to ask after that, you said each of you is going to, are you going to submit, you weren't able to do the case law and put it together, so we got so late last night, Mr. Rice. How much time would you need to get me the video?
I mean, you could take the video, or could, Leanne, can you download that and send her everything on there? Is that acceptable? She has possession of it
It's
now.
up to the city. I wanted to make sure that the city wants it to come through the clerk versus coming.
Did you hear that,
through you.
everybody? It's
I
up
wanna
to
make
the
sure I
city.
don't say it was
City
the
calls
same
the
and I
shots.
have- You provided it to me. I prefer to come from you, but
Yeah,
it's,
that's how we've been doing it, is like, I'll send it to you and.
you would be sending it to me and to the city attorney at the same, my concern is, if she sends it to me, you might tell the city altered it in some manner. I want to make sure that I directly have from you what you intend.
Okay, then at this time, will I get that thumb drive back from you?
What's a thumb drive?
Yes. And unfortunately,
I gotta make sure I have
there's
a device
two
to play a thumb drive right
incidences.
now.
Their system doesn't allow, two of the evidences that are there. One evidence,
Once you submit something into evidence like a thumb drive, it doesn't come back. That's
The
the
city
rule on
could make a
evidence. It's
copy of
submitted,
it
becomes
right
part of
now.
the record.
Well, if we're trying to submit evidence, I would object because it wasn't done here at the hearing. I thought we were talking.
Rules of
case
evidence
law.
don't apply.
Are we
There
talking
were
about?
videos that he was gonna put in, you give me a video to
Oh,
look
okay.
at.
Got it. You're proffering that one video.
Right.
But Are we
One
talking
video.
about other things?
And then also,
there's the video in which we watched that I recorded
Yeah,
on the day.
that's fine.
There's the two interactions in which led me to believe that he was not a deputy chief and he didn't
I don't think
identify
those were
himself.
admitted,
No, those
sir.
were not admitted.
The videos, there was one video that I said I would look at it, you made a proffer about it, where there were interviews with all the cities and counties, you said in Seminole County,
Yes,
where that they didn't have the ordinance, that they said it was, and that you have recordings of all those individuals saying it was constitutional. So I finished, it was 27 minutes. That 27-minute recording, I'm aware, I saw the video that you posted of the incident, you could provide that to me, but those are only two videos that were admitted into evidence today. That's separate and apart for any you said you were going to give me a list of case law in support of your arguments,
Yes.
but you weren't able to do that prior to the hearing today. Those are the items I need from you. We're going to make closing arguments. I'm just going to have about 5 minutes to make a closing to me.
Right.
Or if you can be closing arguments in writing, it's up to you. But I'm requesting if I can get those materials from you by the close of business Friday.
Yes.
Okay. And the city could provide me with anything additional materials? Or
I don't believe so. We submitted legal argument during the hearing.
a memorandum, that's your.
Yes, unless there are some surprises in what he submits you, I don't intend to submit anything else.
So it's up to you how you give me, if you want to make a second copy of that thumb drive. I don't, if I take it from you, you'll get it back, because it's evidence.
I understand it, and that's a big thumb drive, and there's only,
If you could excerpt some things from there.
but my question is, because I think two of the items, you
In the city, but anytime you communicate with me, you have to send it to the city attorney as well.
Okay.
So we can make sure that it's all the same thing.
Okay.
I'll
Yeah,
give it
that's-
to you how you provide it to me, but if you're able to by 5 o'clock Friday. Short of
Yes.
that,
Yes.
short of that, I'm going either to rule, or I'm gonna have to have an extension. I'm giving an order because I only have so much time that I can do this.
Yeah, that is fine. I should be able
So
to have that
closings.
all done.
Would each of you like to make a verbal closing at this time?
You care to go first?
Do the honor, sir.
Isn't that always the way?
Well, you're the
Yeah.
appellant, that's how it normally would go.
I know, it's always, the
That's
ones
not
who
our
get
word.
paid by the public are always the ones that have the last word, not the public themselves. But anyway.
Well, sir, if the city can say nothing, then you don't have to make a closing, he doesn't have to either, so
I understand. So,
but
I-
we've got 10
I-
minutes left,
yeah,
so.
I have multiple things,
Sure.
but it's gonna be down to the, the negligence of the city government of Longwood, and the Longwood Police Department, especially the hierarchy, lieutenants, chief of police, assistant chief of police, or any police officer in regards to not notifying and posting that this is an ordinance, other than the requirements in order to present an ordinance to be accepted as an ordinance. Also, the person who created this ordinance has never been identified. The only identification of this ordinance was presented by
We all kind of know. it's
Chief of
yeah.
Police Dowda, in which he has very limited knowledge in regards to any of this, according to previous testimony in the same similar case.
That's how much.
The city, the first whereas says it's a First Amendment auditor. If you go back, and I'll be glad to give you my YouTube channel, my first post was 2 years ago. I haven't posted anything. I am not a First Amendment auditor. I do track my government officials because the multiple civil violations in which the public gets pulled over are negated and dismissed by the law enforcement that we pay to uphold the law. And that's what this FOIA request was. It was in regards to me watching and by happen chance, I was behind the cruiser and I watched him fail to indicate a turn signal 100 feet from the stop sign. I watched him do a term of stop and go. It wasn't even a stop, it was a roll through. Changing multiple lanes in traffic without turn signals, failure to wear a seatbelt, failure to identify themselves. In the FOIA request that I submitted, I was under the impression and heard, and it's in the video, that I was told by the passenger police officer who eventually made a traffic stop for running a stop sign on Rangeline Road. And that individual drove down the wrong side of the road to their house, well beyond a safe and legitimate area in which the law requires you to pull over. My neighbors got 3 tickets for parking on the opposite side of the road in the wrong direction. Here, this police officers, 2 of them, followed an individual driving down the wrong side of the road, parking on the wrong side of the road, and failed to stop in a adequate space. And so that was what my FOIA request was in regards to. It was to identify the driver who failed to identify himself, and then Mr. Deputy Chief April actually made the statement, I believe, that when I said I would make in the FOIA request on Officer Beal, he stated that they have no Officer Beal employed. And yet, the information...
Sir, there's been no evidence of any of this.
This is...
A closing argument is where you say based on
Well,
the
this
evidence.
is the issue at hand for this ordinance. That I believe that they do not want the public to know of their criminal activities. And when you walk into Longwood Police Longwood Police Department lobby, there is absolutely no signage inside stating that it's an ordinance. It is the most secured lobby in all of Seminole County, and almost anywhere that I've seen in local counties and cities. It is almost like a dungeon when you walk into there. You're looking through a hole this big to speak to somebody. There's no transparency of their job performance, which is stated under the Constitution, First Amendment, Fourth Amendment, 14th Amendment, and I believe even the 6th Amendment, that we have as a general public and citizens of the United States and residents of the state of Florida, and a resident of Seminole County and Longwood for almost 50 years, that we're not allowed to film them. But we can step outside that lobby and film them all day long. But why are we not? What are they hiding in that lobby that is so detrimental, as I believe the ordinance states, disruptive? How is disruptive handing a FOIA request to Kathy Ortiz that has a placard in the video, a record specialist? She walked right past me to go get law enforcement instead of doing her job of accepting a public records FOIA request. How is that detrimental to her performance of her job? She's a record specialist. It's also disruptive. How is it disruptive? That's her job. What welfare? She's being paid to do this by public fund, public taxes, and the performance of the duties of city employees. Their performance, I couldn't even see her. It's like when you look at the video, you see that, all you see is her head above a giant screen. So how am I disrupting her? I'm not.
5 minutes left, sir.
I'm not.
The city hasn't talked yet, so.
I'm not divulging any secrets or any confidential, private information of anybody because of their one-way glass. And so I find that this whole ordinance is only to protect their tyranny and their outright, criminal act behavior. I mean, nothing has been done in regards to the 3 complaints that I filed against Deputy Chief April, Sergeant Gelm, and Kathy Ortiz in the refusal of accepting a FOIA request in person and recording that for my own record. That was my purpose, not to go in there and monitor them or cause disruption or any of that, but it was simply for my own recording because they redact. They are known to redact, erase, or come up with excuses, or the time frame is so exceedingly long to get that information, it ends up being that you don't get it. In order to get the information that I requested here, they wanted over $700. Now, they have access to it. He works for the city.
That sounds like justice.
The clerk has access to it. They work for the city. I pay their wages. Why am I paying them again to get information that they already have? At over $700. You know, the FOIA request in regards to the officers named the driver, but also was giving, and that was 45 cents. I did not get the 2 video body cam footages. They list, so if Officer Beal does not work for City of Longwood, how am I getting a second body cam footage? There's only one officer's name on there. And then, of course, it says for.
Sir, I don't mean to interrupt.
I understand.
Are there arguments to make?
I don't trust these individuals, certain individuals. I should restate that, certain individuals, and it happens to be Mr. April, Deputy Chief April, and I've had severe interactions where I have approached a unmarked police car with its blue lights parked across the street from my house, supposedly doing a speed investigation, but instead he's laying down in his seat with his stereo blasted so loud that I could hear him over 30 feet away in my front yard. And so when I went back to ask for his name and badge number, he immediately called Chief of Police, and the Chief of Police came out and failed to identify
Sir, it's
the
now,
officer.
it's now
Yep,
after.
I'm done.
It's now after, do you have any other?
No.
Okay, does anyone make a closing argument, 5 minutes, because we were past time.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, yeah,
I'm gonna end this how I started it in my closing argument and said what the evidence is gonna show is that Mr. Rice violated the ordinance. He intentionally did so, he was warned not to do it, he kept doing it. He was properly trespassed. That's the evidence. That's all the city has to show is that there was a violation of the ordinance video audio recording the PDP lobby and that the officer gave a warning and then issued the trespass warning in accordance to the protocol of the ordinance. The constitutionality of the ordinance, we've already provided a memorandum of law on that. A couple things on that. The city commission is the legislative body of the city. They adopted the ordinance after 2 public hearings, and it is a law, and the police department enforces it. The notice on the door is additional notice. It's not anything required by law to actually put citations to ordinance numbers on signage. The ordinance, everyone has constructive notice of it, just like any other law. It's not relevant, it's just sort of red herring to ask questions like, who drafted the ordinance? Anytime someone challenges a law, nobody cares what person in the legislative staff put what part of what law into it. It's a process, and it doesn't ultimately matter. The commission passed the ordinance in the duly constituted manner it's required to under law, and that is the law of the city of Longwood. It's also not relevant what other cities may or may not do, whether they have these ordinances or don't have these ordinances, or have them and don't enforce them, and where they do it. We've argued before and we argue again, there's a valid purpose, a reasonable time, place, manner of restriction. This is an enclosed government building. It is not outside. It's not a situation where someone's doing a traffic stop and it's on a public road. This is not a public forum. This is a limited access building. public's merely invited for limited purposes for which they're invited, no other reason. Once a person violates this ordinance or any other ordinance or law, they're no longer allowed to be conducting any business, whether that was otherwise lawful. Only lawful business is allowed. Mr. Rice was violating the ordinance from the very second he entered the lobby. The evidence shows that. He admitted it today. He admitted it in the videos that you saw. He admitted to Ms. Ortiz. He admitted to the deputy chief. There is no question that he violated the ordinance. He was given a warning, an opportunity to correct that behavior. If he would have corrected it, he would not have been trespass warned. He would have been able to go ahead and make his records request that day. The deputy chief then followed up with him later that day to give him other opportunities to make the same public records request. The city did nothing wrong in that regards. There is actually no law, I don't know where he's coming up with this, that the city has to allow him access in person to make a public records request. And I think in his testimony even said he came in person and made it at the city hall. So I don't know where he's coming up with. Somehow he was deprived that, right? Because it sounds like he was given plenty of opportunities to make a records request. Totally irrelevant. And again, red herring. So at the end of the day, he didn't prove that the city did anything wrong by issuing trespass warning. In fact, he proved the opposite. The city proved its case that the trespass warning was properly issued, that he violated the ordinance. Constitutionality ordinance is clear, as Magistrate previously knows about that issue from other hearing and the case law that we provided. I don't know what he intends to provide to you, their case law, but again, we've gone through case law research before this ordinance was adopted. We think, based on our research, it's compliant with all the cases that, especially in this district, Middle District of Florida, federal courts have upheld similar ordinances on the basis that you can do time, place, manner restrictions and limited access buildings. And I know the word public keeps throwing around. It's a public lobby. It's a public lobby. That doesn't make it an open public forum. That is not the constitutional designation. Public lobby doesn't mean public forum. It means generally accessible for limited purposes for which it exists, and once you violate those purposes and go beyond it and violate an ordinance, you're no longer considered allowed to be there. Once you're warned to cease the unlawful behavior and you're warned to stop it, and then you're told to leave because you're being trespassed. So anyway, that's all I have to say, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank both of you. I hope you feel better, sir. Submit the materials to me by 5 tomorrow, and I will rule timely.
Friday by 5.
I'm in Friday. I'm so sorry. Friday the 5th. I mean, it feels like it must be Thursday. Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Could I make a public records request?
I don't think they'll allow you back there.
Dan was making text messages during the hearing. I'd like all those text messages.
I don't have an office.
You got my email, right? I appreciate it. Who are you sending emails to, Dan? Who are you sending emails to? You thought, or I'm sorry, text messages. You thought we were going to be trouble? Is that what you said? We're going to have trouble with the auditors? The auditors? Going to have trouble with them? Is that what you said? You needed some police assistance because of trouble with the auditors? Is that right? What did that text message say? It's public record. Slime ball. Look at this slime ball.
This whole proceeding is the slime ball.
You're right. Absolutely.
It limits, we're paying them to prosecute us on an unconstitutional, and he can say whatever he wants.
And he will. He'll lie. He'll go to the...
I've never met you, but your demeanor and your statements that I intentionally did this are false and libel. I had no intention, and I'm not a First Amendment auditor. And you accused me of both of them, multiple times.
It's because he's trash. What's he doing?
Hopefully, find a microwave to heat up my coffee.
Dude, I would not take your coffee back after that guy touched it. Are you joking? You're going to drink that?
I like coffee that much.
Wow. Guys, can I get a vote in here?
You're a brave man. Yeah.
Congrats on
So, I'm sorry I missed you too.
No,
man.
this is, man, this is what I have,
Yeah.
and that's only half of it.
That was actually the whole notice thing. It should die on that because you do need proper notice. If a trespass sign wasn't properly noticed, the
Right.
trespass sign doesn't work.
Exactly.
You know, it has to have the code.
You weren't here when a pro was here, but he has falsely stated the trespass warning. And, you know, he says offenders, 0. Where it says ordinance, 0.
Yeah, he's saying, well, we can fill this paperwork out at it whatever way we want.
Some computer fills it out. That's not the way the law works. You're a professional. You're supposed to fill it out. When you see a computer glitch or information that is not correct, then you, as a public servant and a deputy chief of police, should be notifying, hey, because legitimately, that's entrapment.
Yeah, I agree.
That is strictly entrapment when there's a sign out there not designating it being a lawful order.
Dude, the poison coffee, I would not drink that. You probably put ricin in there or something.
I appreciate it, man.
He makes up a law and then says, oh, this is binding. Some injunction out of the middle district. What did the text message say?
I thought you made a good point, though, that just because...
The text message you sent, what did it say, Dan?
There's no reference to...
What'd it say?
ordinance. So somebody like myself who goes...
I already did.
buildings as an
You don't think I'll find out?
you explained that very
Yeah.
well.
Why do you have to be such an
Violating the
asshole?
law right now. We should all be trespassed because...
You have the day you deserve, you
in
bald-headed
city
prick.
hall. In that ordinance, it says all city property
This fucking guy.
throughout the city of Longwood, even leased properties, yeah.
Okay, well, that's
All right, so I've got a treat for everybody.
Because I thought it was just particular to that police department.
No, I've got a real treat for you. They had a sign on the store over here. They took it down.
It says in the ordinance, the entire city of Longwood, you are prohibited from video recording anywhere in any of the buildings.
Well, the city manager has to. It's up to what's his name. I'll be right back. All right. All right. So I just let the cat out of the bag a little bit, but for those of you that remember, the day that Twisted came down here and got trespassed, I did not go into. I didn't go into any of the buildings that day. But for those of you that were here, we came over to this community development, and there was a sign on this door that said no filming, and they have since taken it down. Hey there. I was here, I don't know, maybe it was a month ago, maybe it was even longer than that. You guys had a sign on the door that said no filming in here. Do you know why that got taken down? Hey, I came in here, maybe it was a month ago, it could have even been longer, but when I came in the front door, there was a sign on the front door that said, no filming, no audio or video recording. I noticed the sign isn't there. Can you tell me why that sign got taken down?
I think it might have been a city decision to just take the signs down.
City decision to take the signs down. Very good. Hey, how you doing? I'm doing very good. What was your name? Oh, all right, right on. And I'm sorry, what was your name, miss?
Angel, senior planner.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, could you just say that one more time? Andrew, thank you so much. You guys have a good day. All right, so explain that to me, folks. Circle that square for me. Circle that square. Well, what's the deal there? It seems to be okay there. We had the sign up, so we've just established that it's just the tyrannical. We'll walk over to the police department, fuck it. It's just the tyrannical David Dauda. He can't have people exercising their rights on his watch. Fuck you if you want to exercise your rights. The city officials are like, oh, well, we'll just post it up in all these buildings. We'll get rid of them. Yeah, that'll get rid of them. They'll leave us alone if we just constantly violate their rights. Fucking idiots. So I think Mark actually has a pretty good argument as far as the notice, because that's not notice. Now, she could probably argue that, oh yeah, the chief telling you that, or the deputy chief telling you that, is proper notice. But I actually don't think that'll fly on public property. I think that if there's a no trespassing sign up on public property, well, this is the way the law is supposed to work, that you can't be trespassed, right? That there actually needs to be due notice, and not just the sign, but the sign that actually has the Florida statute on it for trespassing. That's right, guilty people don't like cameras. Guilty people do not like cameras. There it is. There's the trash can. Here's the giant poop receptacle. Oh, there it is. Watch him run into the building, guys. Watch him scurry into the building. Get your ass back in the building. Get your ass in the building, motherfucker. Get in that building, you piece of shit. Get the fuck in there. Get in there. Get in there, you fucker. Close the goddamn door. Close it, you piece of shit. So, we got Bryant, fucking scumbag. Oh, you come back out? That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Punk bitch. So for those of you that don't know, that was Sergeant Bryant. He's a sergeant. He beats the shit out of little girls. He yells at old women. It doesn't care, or he doesn't care. He will violate you any way that he possibly can. And he does it for his love of the community, because he loves the community so much. No, he ain't gonna go for a walk with me. He's gonna run and hide like a coward. He couldn't handle 5 minutes in a conversation with me. And that's it. That's it. He can't be violent with me because I have a camera. But you can tell his violent tendencies. There's that fucking Terrence car. Yeah, this is him, that piece of shit. That is what that kiddie car is in the back for. They do it to, that's what Chief Dauda does to lure the little kids over here, the unsuspecting kids. Oh, somebody came out. I thought I heard a door open. No? Still hiding. Still over there hiding. So there we have it. They had these signs up in all the buildings, and they have since taken them down because while they're getting away with violating my rights right now, they're getting away with it this second. The fact of the matter is they're not going to get away with it. Don't worry, taxpayers. You didn't pay for that yellow tape. Here's the glass that they don't want us to look in. Wonder how long I'd have to wait out here to make a public records request. Well, what are the odds of that? Running into old Bryant, that son of a bitch. Old son of a bitch Bryant. Old dirty tyrant Brian over there. Alright, well, hopefully Liberty Troll didn't leave. We can go get a bite to eat or something. He's gonna take me to Liberty Troll's gonna take me to a marijuana dispensary today. He told me, bro, you won't believe it. If you go on a sidewalk with a camera in front of a dispensary, motherfuckers will come out with baseball bats and threaten to kill you. I was like, what? Threaten to kill you? Baseball bat? For what? And you know, obviously it's the way that it hits, right? For filming in public, he says. Oh, for filming in public. Oh. Is he looking for me? That's funny. Is he still alive? Community development. Pointing the camera over there like you can see what I'm looking at. There it is though, guys. The community development building. Gonna make the chief look pretty stupid when we find out why we took all the signs down, except outside of his little fiefdom. Outside of his little fiefdom. All right, hold on for a second.
That's what it's called. You pay $400 a year, and you don't have to go bankrupt to protect yourself.
Well, there's, even here in Longwood, there is, there's free legal assistance. I called them. They said, well, they pay us. We can't represent you. Wait a minute, it's public funds. And I found that to be against the law. I mean, a pro should have been arrested right then and there for filing a false statement about the description of my vehicle.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to argue with you on it. Here's the Jeep, guys. There it is.
No, that's yeah.
Might as well be.
I mean, this is how we were parked. He was standing here with Sergeant Gilm at a car in this parking space. I pulled up right next to him. Every Jeep that I know says either Jeep or the make, the model, Cherokee. Mine says nothing, except he had to walk past it, and mine says Nissan Pathfinder all over the back of it.
Goddamn Jeeps.
You know, but it's a Jeep. He falsified a legal document that was accepted by the the government.
Yeah, but they, you know how they do. How they explain that all. Oh, it was just a mistake, Mr. Rice.
He could have wrote down a dark green SUV. I wouldn't have.
He could have been in a convertible. Oh, I forgot. I don't recall.
You named a make and model, a specific make and model. You know, April did. So, what gave you that information? Where did you come up? And how often do you do this? Falsify documents. You know?
Well, they do it on the daily. Yeah, you know they do it on the daily.
They do it. I still haven't gotten a response from the AI in regards to them not.
I haven't.
And like he said, since when does it say where I'm getting this information that we're allowed to?
Yeah, that's the whole thing. Like it actually does say in the law that you can do it in person. Yeah. And it also says to not create an undue delay. So yeah, you still got to come over here and do it.
Right.
But why the fuck did you have to walk all the way from over there over to here to do something that you should have been able to do over there?
Oh,
it's like they don't get it. Like, oh, if we just waste a little bit of your time, it's okay.
In your case,
they think it's designed for their convenience.
Yeah.
What does it matter if I'm standing here or I'm standing here? Like in your case.
Yeah.
You weren't allowed
to be. It makes a big difference to me. I got to back up because you're so tall.
So what makes it different? Being in the lobby that is the most secure lobby I've ever seen.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I mean, everybody I ever spoke to that has ever gone in there feels like it's a dungeon. You know?
Yeah, it's the most unwelcoming lobby I've ever been in.
Right.
And I've been in a lot of lobbies.
Every time I go in there, I start cracking up. I'm like, this is real life.
And then they put the constitutions right out there in front for you.
Yeah.
Hey, take a look at our constitutions.
We'll take your FOIA request, but you got to come outside here.
Yeah, air conditioning's for us, you fuck.
Yeah, not for you, even though we pay.
Yeah, I know you pay for the air conditioning, but get your ass outside, you son of a bitch.
Their budget 2 years ago was $55 million for the Longwood Police Department. I have that.
Wow.
Yeah. And
That's
once
ridiculous.
again, the whole thing was over watching Officer Mills, who must be a trainee, and the other officer, who I still don't know who it is.
They've got some bad officers. I just ran into Brian.
Where at
Longwood. Yeah.
Can you take this and send this?
How big are the? I can.
The longest one is 27 minutes. I mean,
yes.
The whole thing.
Yes, I can.
Isn't much. They weren't able to pull up the two pictures, one of my Nissan and one of a 2000 green Jeep Cherokee. They're just still photos. That's two. Then it's Twisted Luck, he went to every city.
Yeah, that was a good video.
Yeah, it was. It couldn't have come out at a better time, you know. The Seminole County Sheriff's Department. I went to the Seminole County. I've called the FDLE personally in Tallahassee, and they told me what I needed to do. They said, I need to file a formal complaint. And I explained to the lady, and I'm not going to mention her name, that the person I'm filing the complaint is now the deputy chief, but I don't know if he's still the AI director or chief of internal affairs.
Yeah, so is he investigating his own?
So he'd be investigating his own thing. She goes, it doesn't matter. Just go file them. So I filed one on Kathy Ortiz, Deputy Chief Michael April, and then Sergeant Jesse Gellum.
Yeah, Gellum's a piece of shit too.
I got them stamped, but I had to come here to do it and get them date stamped and that. And I haven't heard anything from them in regards to their failure to accept my FOIA request when I was there. Instead, it was more important.
Yeah,
I know he targeted
statutorily, it's called what it is in the statute. It's an undue delay. They're creating an undue delay in the production of the record.
I use that all the time. I say that when, I got that from you, actually. That's where I learned it from initially, and I looked it up. But is there any kind of consequence that we can...
Well, I mean, all of these things are crimes. right? I mean, these are all crimes.
They wanna force it on
But yeah, they're not. I mean, they're not gonna like
But is it
JMA has
technically-
had somebody come out and file a report saying they're not accepting the record. So he's gotten that on record. But there's a difference between having it on record and then getting somebody charged for it. You know.
Right.
The, on there, you'll see my dash cam. What I explained what the FOIA request was for, because I just happened to come down 1792. I was coming home from Home Depot, and the red lights to turn on 434 were red. So I didn't turn. So I went straight up to Church Avenue, and lo and behold,
Right here, right?
Yeah. Who on 1792? Who is in front of me? A Longwood cruiser. So I followed them. They're tailgating the bus, school bus. They failed to indicate their turn 100 feet prior to the stop sign. After the school bus made their right-hand turn, they pulled up and then they put their light on. Then they go behind the church through that parking lot. I believe there's a rolling stop there. There's another rolling stop going out of the church, and then improper lane changing.
That sounds about right.
And so I'm going, those are all ticketable offenses. They're all motor vehicle civil violations.
For us.
For us.
Yeah.
And so I'm
The
going,
non-sovereigns.
okay, I'll still follow them. I can turn down Grant Street, and then, well, you know, I'm still not that far from my house. I can go to 430 or 427 and pull in.
I got some, if you don't mind, do you mind if I interject with some questions from the chat?
No.
Some of the things that I know, and I heard people kind of asking or bringing up points like nothing's ever going to get done unless somebody sues somebody or takes it to, like, say, district court.
It's true. We're gonna have to sue them.
Do you have any? So one of the questions somebody asked in the chat when I said, "Do you all have any questions you want me to ask on your behalf?" He said, "Is this going to be taken to court?"
To be honest with you and everybody else, I was preparing something, but because of my physical condition, I just had my leg fixed this year. After 42 years, it was broke back in '84, and being 20 years old, I didn't listen to the doctors in my leg. They put 3 titanium rods from my knee to my leg and a pin and a screw in my ankle. And so I started walking like this, and my leg bowed. It cocked my hips. So I just had my leg cut in half above my ankle. They pulled the rods out and put a pipe down behind my knee through my tibia.
Jesus.
That happened this year, and now that my
Sounds
hips are
fucking
realigned,
terrible.
my back is messed up. And so my whole goal this year was to get my physical condition back to where I'm not in constant pain all the time. And then I was going to start doing Longwood infractions, because this isn't the first time that I noticed they drove off on this without a seatbelt. He practically ran me over. You'll see it on that thumb drive.
So
where
how do we
he
take?
almost drives me over.
How do we take this to court, or what court would it be?
And I'm
We
not
sue
in the
him. We sue him in the middle district in federal court.
And we can go right to a civil lawsuit then, from, like, say, like if you get a denial from this verdict today for this trespass appeal hearing we just had. If she comes back, the magistrate comes back, say tomorrow, whenever she drops the denial, which she probably will. At that point, I guess you could go straight to suing the city then, right?
Well, I mean, he can go there now. We're all in a position that we can go there now.
This is prior restraint.
Right. So
because
we're just
it's only
exhausting our
targeting
measures right
people who are
who publish online.
Yep, and that, I believe, from my understanding of prior restraint, is against the law.
It is.
They are and I firmly believe April, because we've had
prior restraint would be
bad interactions where he has interjected himself into me filing public records. He has stopped the conversation and went in because he knew
She didn't
he
know
saw
in
me
the
with a
last
phone
one.
in my hand. So there's another one I can get, and I know Mr.
Because she
Rice,
didn't
he
know
doesn't
that the
listen. He
First
thinks
Amendment
he's above
protected
law.
the press.
I'm abiding by the law. FOIA request of 1967, which was enacted in 1966, or formed in 66 and enacted in 1967, allows us Freedom of Information Act. It's a constitutional right, the First Amendment. And you know, I like I stated in there, that first thing, that first whereas,
An older Nick Knoll.
he's got video cameras. Well, I found the case law, and it involves a road in Virginia where this guy was filming, and apparently it's haunted, or numerous murders have happened within a short period of time on that stretch of road. But he ended up in a national park, and and back then you have to have a permit and pay a fee to record on national parks filming.
Yeah.
Well, he fought that, and the state's response was, well, all the equipment it takes to film. We don't want props and like Star Wars to come out on a national park and disturb the peace. And I understand that, but it also says now, when this was written, it was 2 years before cell phones had cameras, 5 years before YouTube was created. And so that's what that phrase refers to, is now video recording is everybody does it. Instead of helping somebody not getting beat up, everybody would rather stand around and watch them get beat up. And not,
As long as they got it on recording.
As long as they're recording, and
I would watch him get beaten to a pulp.
Yeah.
I would.
Well, I have to bring up something else, because going back to what the chat wants to hear more about is,
What it sounds like here, and I'll just interject. It sounds like Mark's not in a position to take this to federal court. So it sounds like that where he is right now, today.
Yeah, today, no.
But I intend to take this further. So.
And
so
I
do
will
I.
do the same.
Yeah.
I'm going to exhaust the same measures that you guys did, coming here and fighting it in court,
Yeah.
knowing that you're going to lose in the administrative court, which really doesn't mean anything.
Because it's hilarious.
It's about creating the record, really.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's about
so
exhausting all measures. So
back to
you
the
can
FDLE, they used to have on their cruisers honesty, integrity, and courage.
Was that the chief?
No.
Was plastered on the side of their cars. Those words: honesty, integrity, and courage. That was their logo. You don't see that anymore on their cars.
No, now it says fealty to ordinances.
Yeah, and so back to
Hail to the king.
the lose my mind. I've got so many case laws running and interfering with one another.
I got to end this live stream pretty soon. If you don't mind, I just need to say a couple more things. So there's something you've heard attack.
Yeah. Oh yeah. The fisherman. Yeah.
Yep. Eyes on the state. Yep. Me, Liberty Troll.
Yep.
So we talk about TAC all the time. Basically, TAC is it's a nonprofit where we're trying to become more organized as a community, and basically we're trying to get attorneys paid through this nonprofit. And so those in the chat, watching this, my plug in here right now is.
It's actually in the description. It's the first link in my description, tac.org or something.
Organized, and we need more support so that we can have attorneys readily available for, like, say, you yourself.
Right.
You could have said, hey, TAC, I need a contact. Both
We desperately need that.
Yeah.
Both Boshin and I are board members.
Right.
And I think how many, like 7 or 8 of us right now?
Something like that.
7 or 8. And anyway, if we can get support from the community, we can have people like you
I'm all
come in
for it.
here and not have to go bankrupt or spend, thousands or hundreds of your own.
tac-us.org.
Representation, something that we can enhance the game and control more strategically, and also take on, criminal matters as well.
Yeah, and like I said,
That's
I'm
TAC,
all for it. The
TAC
first of the year,
Dash.
I was gonna start
TAC.
tac-us.org.
Okay.
TAC.
tac-gov.org.
No.
Boy, say it again.
Bro, are you for real?
Yeah.
tac-us.org.
tac-us.org.
Let me make sure I got that right.
I thought it was .gov.
They
No,
told
it's
me.
.org. I'm sorry.
Org.
Leanne
Sorry.
told me, the clerk, that I came here, and I believe it was the first person who got trespassed before you,
Twisted.
who had
twisted.
He was the first.
He
right?
was the first, and he asked, is the same question I did, is this 10 calendar days or 10 business days? And because, once again, it states in that ordinance, you must turn in your appeal hearing to the place you got trespassed. If you're trespassed from that place, how do you turn it in? You can't even touch the door.
Yeah,
That's
so the same
considered
thing you explained
trespassing.
earlier to you happened to him.
Yeah.
And so he
So I
actually
came
missed.
here.
He missed it. They told him he missed it.
Yeah.
He just missed it by
He sent
one
a
day or two.
certified
Yeah, they
letter
played
here
him.
and missed it. I came here and they told me to put it in a Dropbox.
Right.
Which is crazy that they did it like that, because they could have just as easily said, "Nah, didn't get it."
I
They're the ones making the rules.
Yeah, I walked around this whole complex of Longwood, and the only drop box is a utility bill drop box. And so I actually called Longwood Police and said, hey, this is non-emergency, and he was the most politest officer I've ever met.
He must have been from the county. What's going on?
And he just started his shift.
It was his first day.
He accepted my envelope that had the appeal in it. He actually took down my email, and he emailed me that he sent it to Mr. Langley, city attorney, and he also sent it to Amy Goldblood, and it was recorded, or Goodblood.
Goodblatt, yeah. Amy Goodblatt.
And somebody else, the
Blatt.
city of Longwood. So he did do what he said he was going to do, not like
Everybody
Chief of
else.
Police April or Chief Dowda. They lie. He's actually come to my house and intimidated me.
Chief Dowda?
And my wife.
Chief Dowda?
Huh?
Chief Dowda?
Yeah,
Like personally?
personally.
Oh, what an asshole.
Wow.
I in the videos that you have, I discuss, because you have to have exact change when you go to Longwood Police Department. You know,
Which
so-
is against the law also.
Yes, which is against the law. It's legal tender, and you hear me say that in the video.
Those are the words, legal tender.
And accepted by anybody. His excuse was it messes up the accountant's numbers. Let me explain this. I have $1 worth of change. Somebody comes in and pays me 15 cents owes me 15 cents. I give them a quarter. You take a dime out of that dollar. You still have, now you have $1.15. You still have that dollar plus 15 cents. So you turn
Is that how
15
government works?
You turn that 15 cents into the finance department and keep that dollar and change. And it's stated in my things.
That's
I'm not talking
tough
about
math
having
for the
change
government.
For a $100 bill or $20 bills. I'm talking about pocket change, because I think somebody went in there and if I'm not mistaken, it was you, and it was an odd number. It was like
I did.
16 cents.
I played that game with them.
And they said, oh, well, we can't accept. I even offered, hey, take the other 50 cents.
They accepted it, didn't they?
No.
That day with me?
Oh, did they?
Oh, they took it. Oh, fuck yeah, for
I don't-
sure.
I don't
I better go back and look before I speak with such
Yeah, I don't
certitude.
recall, but I said, here's $85 for the, here's $145. I owe $144.50. Put the 50 cents into a Goodwill,
Yeah, can't do
donation.
that either.
They said, no, we can't do that. I'm going, you're crazy. There's needy people out there. Donate it. They said, no, but their excuse was it'll mess up their accounting.
Sounds like we need some new accountants around here.
Later, could add and subtract 15 cents from a quarter and still come out with 10 cents.
That's a problem.
So I had no ill will about Longwood at all, except, and what really gets it is I'm almost positive.
Mark is a Longwood resident, everyone.
When my address is actually where the founder of Longwood moved to and built his house on. And it's
Sounds
the
about right.
Yellow house up here, that was the house, because it was always claimed that there was a church on our property. We have one of the largest lots on our street. And I looked up the founder, Hanks, Henck, I believe, John, came in here 18 something or 1700, and then left because of the freezing weather, came back in 1825.
The freezing weather? Whew.
Yeah, it was a cold front that came through. But to the best of my knowledge and my research, the original founder of Longwood City was my property, my mom's property.
Wow.
Which is Unbelievable. So,
That's crazy.
You know, and I don't do this. I don't go looking for law. It's cost me, it's been a financial hardship for me. It broke me last month. It's physically drained me. I have incurred, I go to PT. I've had to cancel physical therapy a couple times, actually Monday, because I was in so much pain because I'm sitting down in front of a friggin' computer and printing and researching for a trespass warning that
You shouldn't have to, yeah, you
exist
shouldn't
in the
have to
first
even
place.
do, exactly.
You know?
No, this is not for the faint of heart.
No, but I stand up. You know, I've got a couple sayings that, you know, the light never dims. The light never dims that shines from within. You know, so that means if I let somebody walk over me, then the light inside me for my constitutional rights and everybody else's natural constitutional rights are diminished. You know, they are the lack of dissemination and discourse by this city is becoming unreal. I had a great relationship with Nick, the previous city manager. This city manager actually offered to have me come and sit down and talk to him about this and that. And I said, look, man, this is a conflict of interest. You're the city manager and I'm getting ready to appeal something regarding the city, one of the departments of the city, the Longwood Police Department. So at this time I didn't recline and he agreed with me. But since I've been trespassed, I have come in here multiple times to the city clerk's office and recorded.
Mm-hmm.
But in that ordinance, it states every city property in Longwood.
I'm not sure about that. I thought it can be applied to all of them, but it was at the city manager's discretion.
No, I think the 2 paragraphs above it, it says all city property, whether owned or leased,
Interesting.
is prohibited.
Huh.
You know?
Well, then them taking that sign down is going to be a real big problem for them.
Yeah, I mean right here. Parking permit only, city ordinance number 750, a $250 fine.
Yep. Ordinance posted.
Yeah, posted. And this is the deputy chief of police that does not recognize that.
Take a picture of that sign and make sure you take that. Then
To be addressed.
the parking.
Oh, I thought I did.
I'm positive they're in Winn-Dixie parking lots. Almost every parking lot I've ever been to that has a permit has, you know, the fine and the ordinance on it.
It's completely black.
Oh.
We'll go home, get some rest. I'll put that on. Do you want it on a link or something?
these notes down, so I gotta go back and
Review the tape.
well, I'm not, yeah, I live streamed that one,
Okay.
and then.
Yeah, I saw you had a nice little camera there too, so sweet,
That's
man.
the second time I've used it. I've had it for like 4 years.
Looked nice.
And because I was preparing to do this.
Yeah.
become a video art. I just got a 360 camera. I've got a GoPro camera. I've got 3 other cameras, and more gimbals and selfie sticks and all that stuff. But my health was being first.
Yeah,
And
as it should
then
be.
I was gonna start doing just this, because we've come here, and when they put sewer in for our houses, the roads were dirt, and everybody was flying down. Our road is 20 miles an hour. Well, after a city council, my brother and I came here for a city council meeting. We told them, hey man, this is covering everybody's house with the amount of dirt that is coming over, and we're having to wash our cars every friggin' day because of speeding going down this road. Deputy Chief heard this and immediately came over, because I guess he was watching it live stream at the council meeting. He came over, and after the meeting, Matt Morgan took my phone and put his personal phone number in my phone, said he'd get back with me on this. Deputy Chief Dowda at the time said they're gonna put a machine up that they can sit back at the police department and get the color description of the vehicle and watch it throughout any other cameras and see if this person is a constant violator of speed.
This is
That's not what the machine does.
Yeah. This is pre-flock camera.
It's called a jammer. JAMAR is what they use. And what it does is a chronograph is all it is, and it just does time stamping of when something passes in front of it. The first time they put it, there was something that was registered at 258 miles an hour.
Yeah.
They can program this machine to whatever they want. And so they brought it out the second time, and miraculously, nobody was speeding. There might one or two, and Deputy Chief or Chief Dowda's reasoning, and I believe it was Sergeant Gelm at the same time, said, well, we don't do anything unless it's 10 miles or over the speed limit.
That's not what April said. He said, you follow the speed limit because that's what it says.
Yeah, but no, they made a statement saying that no, they don't do anything. They won't put any slow speed or this, any kind of signage or speed bumps.
Oh, we missed what's his name? Clit. Or no. What's the new city manager's name?
I don't know.
He just left.
Clint was the other one.
Yeah, Clit Giobli.
Yeah, he was okay. He's been to my house. Very cordial, very polite.
Yeah, I don't trust him because he was
retired.
in Dowda's command staff too.
Yeah, but when he came over here, he's retired now, and that's what the new manager said. He retired. But once again, they come out with that machine, and then they sit across the street in an unmarked police car with their blue lights on, supposed to be catching traffic speeders down our road.
Just to chill.
How do you catch a speeder when you have all your blue lights flashing? Anybody with any right mind would slow down. And
yeah, well, he'd probably say, "Oh, we're trying to deter the speeding."
He was doing an investigation.
Oh, sure he was.
That's what he said, a speed investigation, not a deterrent, but a speed investigation. And so, because when I noticed him pull up, he pulled into one of them side little areas that the city now has.
Mm-hmm.
They're mainly in front of mailboxes. And so he pulled in, and then as soon as he put it on reverse and I saw his reverse lights come on, the blue lights came on. And so that caught me, man, somebody's gotten smart. Because the only way you know a vehicle is backing up is if you're behind the vehicle seeing the white lights come on. So I went over there and asked him, I said, do your blue lights come on when you put it in reverse? He said, no, I just happen to do it at the same time. I said, well, that would have been a great safety measure. It would let everybody around your car know that you're about to move or do something, not just reverse tail lights. And so at that time I had forgotten to get his name. So I went back across the street to my house, and then I went back across to get his name and badge number. and he slunched down in the seat with his head on the window. This part of the window, his head is back here, slunched down.
He's hiding.
Can't see over the dash, and his stereo was so loud that I could hear it over 30 feet away.
That's for
And
officer safety.
So he immediately, when I asked for his name and badge number, he immediately got on the thing, and that's when Chief Dowda came out, parked 3 houses down, walked up, and I told him, get the hell off my property. And all I wanted was
His name.
His name and badge number. And he goes, you leave my friggin' officers, not friggin', you leave my officers alone so they can do their duty. And he started, and my mom, 84 at the time, was getting a little upset over it because I'm a loudspeaker.
Yeah. I like your mom already.
And
I like your mom already.
Yeah, and so she was getting upset. And so instead of addressing the issue of identifying that officer sitting across the street with his blue lights on in an unmarked police car, he starts, you're making your mom upset. Distraction, like a magician. Watch my left hand while I'm screwing you with my right.
Yeah.
You know,
it's not actually de-escalation. It's actually escalation.
Yeah,
They'll do
it was.
anything to escalate.
Because immediately he told the officer that was in the unmarked car,
Get out of
"Leave."
here. Yeah.
Yep.
The investigation's
And
over, I
they've
guess.
Never been back. And the speeding, you can hear the motorcycles racing down our road. You can hear, even I've seen police cruisers cruising down, no lights, no sirens, going more than 20. I actually
Officer
had,
safety.
I think, who was the officer? I can't remember his name, but he actually sat at the very end of the street in one of the repair shops, like his car was being worked on, and he said he sat there for an hour or two and saw no traffic came by. Well, he came to my house and he says, how do you know these people are speeding? Man, I'm pretty good at estimating speed. He says, well, here, let me go get my radar gun. So he goes, gets his radar gun. There's a car coming off of 427 down our street. And I said, that's doing 26 miles an hour. He hits the radar gun and looks back at me. He's doing 26 miles an hour. Then the other one is coming the other way off of Grant Street. And I said, he's doing 20 miles an hour. Well, he was doing 25, and then there was another one. So I was off 5 miles. But it showed that I knew how to regulate.
You were in the ballpark.
And be within. The first one I was right on the numbers. The second two I was within 5 miles of one another. But they still refused to do anything. 5 miles and over, I believe there is a law, and it's called mistake law, that allows you to be over 5 miles an hour. And because cars, when you go down a hill on cruise control, automatically speed up. And so forth. So I believe there is a law, Florida statute on that. I'm not positive, but doing 10, 20, 30 miles an hour faster, and these cars are doing that because you can hear them. They're whining out. This incident in regards to this was a white lady, and she got a warning, and I got the FOIA request for the paper on it. But not too long ago, right around the corner here, young black man for a loud exhaust gets guns pulled on him and goes to jail.
Brittany's husband.
Yep, goes to jail. But here is a white woman, has no guns drawn on her, driving on the wrong side of the road, parked in the wrong direction of traffic.
That was Rosasco and Bryant.
Yeah.
Pieces
and
of
then
shit.
Bryant, he walks around the block on that incident.
Tries to entrap that other guy.
Is soliciting for more crimes from that guy, and guy goes.
Yeah, he's particularly a bad officer.
Yeah, I watched him from 3 years ago doing the same thing, threatening people on their own property.
Yeah,
we
he's a
have
piece
the
of shit.
right to speak any way we want to.
Yeah, I just ran into him over there while you were wrapping up your deal. Get out of here, man. Let me.
Yeah, I'm sorry for.
No, you're good. You're good, man.
Nice to meet you. Maybe
Good to
we'll
meet
get
you.
together sometime.
Yeah, we'll have to.
Yeah, definitely.
All right.
Good day.
You too, Mark.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, bro. Let's walk back over to the police department. Maybe we can get lucky. Let's see if we got anything going on over here. Did he? Yeah, no, I think his phone died. All right, if I don't get lucky enough to get one of these officers skulking outside the department here, I think I'm gonna end it. Just in case we need to capture it. Oh, no, he left. What's going on here? These guys up to? These guys are running here. And this guy. Yeah, he's going to get lucky. He's taking her out. I've been sick. That's what the phlegm's about. Want to go talk to this other guy over here? I'm making the hand motion. I'm not sure if you can see it, to unroll the window.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. What was your name?
Officer.
Mims. I'm doing pretty good. Is your supervisor Bryant? This shift? Yeah. I'm sorry. Is he the shift supervisor or?
He would be my patrol lieutenant.
Patrol.
Yeah.
Lieutenant. Oh, I forgot he's a lieutenant now. And you're a corporal? No, he doesn't like me.
Just an officer.
You're just an officer?
Yep. Is that what I can help you with?
Is one bar, is that just an officer? Or
I'm a trainer.
Okay.
The one bar.
I thought it was corporal. Two is
Yeah, 2 is the corporal, 3 is sergeant.
Okay, right on. If somebody came up to you and asked you a question and you didn't know the answer to it, would you make a good faith effort to find out the answer to that question?
Always.
I appreciate hearing that. The First Amendment of the Constitution, it secures 5 fundamental freedoms to we the people.
I'm not all that. I appreciate it though.
So will you take my email address down and make that good faith effort like you said you would?
I sure will.
You realize it's a question about good faith, right?
Yes, sir.
Not about whether you know this thing.
What's your email address?
This is a public service.
All lowercase, I'm assuming?
It's not case sensitive.
Say that again, I'm sorry?
This is a public service. At gmail.com.
kind of just respond to that for you.
I'm sorry, were you
Just
talking?
respond to that email for you for that answer.
I would appreciate it, yes, sir.
Okay.
How long
What
have
was
you?
your question again?
What are the 5 freedoms secured to us by the First Amendment of the Constitution?
Yes, sir.
That's it.
All right.
How long have you been with Longwood?
13 months.
Oh, okay. From a different, did you come from another
Yeah, I
agency?
retired from the sheriff's office.
Okay. Here in Seminole?
Yeah.
All right, right
Yeah,
on.
Retired from the sheriff's office. There for 11, 12 years.
Okay, wow.
12 years, and before that I worked for Sanford PD. Kind of been around all over the place.
Yeah, right on.
You know, been doing this job for quite a while. I'm a trainer now. Obviously, I've been training for probably the past 10 years. Really enjoy training.
What's the biggest thing you've seen change in policing specifically, but on the training side, since the world's changed a lot since you've been a trainer?
Changed a lot. The biggest thing that I experience with new recruits coming in is probably getting them from behind their phone, because a lot of them want to sit with their phone in their hand.
Mm-hmm.
And just try to break that habit a learned habit of being an introvert, not being able to talk to folks, you know. And some of them are just a little nervous about that. And I do my best to try to get them out here. We'll go to a convenience store, and I'll say, look, next person walks in the store, we can go over and shake their hand. Why? Well, because it's your job. Talk to people.
That's an interesting thing. So,
and also remember, we are a resource for the community.
it's supposed to be, right? Yeah.
It's supposed to be, right. So I've always treated it that way, that we are nothing more than a resource for the folks. I mean, obviously here to protect too, but I think if you take the time just to speak to people, be polite to them, answer their questions.
Mm-hmm.
What can we do to help you? You know, and yeah, just we're all trying to get through this world together.
Yeah. So, I mean, you've got, I'm only bringing this up because you're a trainer, and, you know, I look at things and say, oh, what could the training opportunity be? So if me, for instance, if you're out training somebody and, you know, let's say he's that guy that he's the introvert, and,
Right.
you know, where you would have said, oh, let's go into that party store and let's just, you know, have a conversation with some people. Would you ever do the same thing and say, well, I know what that guy over on that sidewalk's doing. I know what he's doing.
Right.
But let's have a good conversation. Let's have some good community development. So do you see yourself doing something like that where you're engaging, you know, all of the members of the community? Even
I always do. My dad gifted me with a gift of gab.
Yeah. Okay.
And I've always been that guy. I can relate to the fellow on the road that's just trying to make it through life, to the doctors, if you will. You know, I can communicate with anybody. And I think if you can change that into the younger crowd coming in that want to get in this job, that still like to do this job, just instill in them of educating them on what you can or can't do, knowing you don't violate no one's civil rights, knowing how far you can take things. Biggest thing is knowing what you can do to be able just to interact with someone. If somebody's standing here on the side of the road, I mean, it used to be back in the day, back when you'd get these calls that there was a guy standing in front of a bank taking photographs. I'm sure you've probably heard of that.
Mm-hmm.
Years ago.
Yeah, sure.
And the cops that didn't know, and the educated, a lot of us didn't know. You would arrive on scene and ask the guy, hey, what are you doing? I'm taking photos of that bank. Well, why are you doing that? We didn't know. He's standing on public. If I could see it with my eyes, I could take photos of it. And we learned this stuff over the years of being educated, how to do it.
Do you feel like this is known?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
It is. A lot of agencies, I think, I know the chief here really does his best to try to strengthen the education of what we do. We review case law a lot. I know Dennis Lima, Sheriff Lima. I worked with him for years, and he obviously educated us a lot about what to do, what not to do, and what you can or can't do. What you're doing right now, not a damn thing wrong with it. You're legal to do what you want to do. You want to interview, and honestly, I appreciate you coming up and talking to me. I had a fellow the other day that ran up on my traffic stop and yelling and screaming at me, "Give me your name and badge number. How about you say hello? Talk to me. I'll talk to you all day long. I'll wear you out talking to you. That's just how I am, and I'll answer any question that you have. And I think if we have more of that, it's like me when I stop people. If my stop ends up being a citation, it's an educational process. If it ends in even if it ends in a warning, right? It's still an educational process. I don't take the stop personal. I know you probably do, or the person I'm stopping probably does. Those tickets are expensive. I mean, they hurt.
Yeah.
But it's an educational process, is all it is. You know? So I think if you take the time to explain the citation, explain why you stopped them, most of the time when I get done with my stops, I get a thank you at the end. I know it's a hard thank you, but it's a hard pill to swallow because it's a $166 ticket most of the time, you know?
How do you reconcile? I mean, I know you do this every day, but how do you reconcile that? Like if so you probably let people go up for speeding like 5 miles an hour, but let's say somebody was going 10, right? Maybe that's something you ticket for. But I mean, come on, we all go 10 miles an hour over sometimes, you know what I mean?
I don't know what the standard is. Mine, it depends on how egregious it is. Now, 60 and a 45, you're probably gonna get a ticket. But me, I won't get you for speed, I'll get you for just violation of a traffic control device. It's a little bit cheaper. So it's still a ticket.
Yeah.
And then.
But there's just so much pain involved with that, you know what I mean?
5 over is by Florida law. 5 over is a warning only.
Oh, I didn't even know that.
Yeah, 5 over, they don't want you writing tickets for 5
Oh,
over.
so they don't. That's not even. That's just unwritten policy.
No, it's. I believe it is in. I've never really paid attention to it, but it's always been 5 over. They just give. The state wants you to just give a warning.
Okay.
I'm sure you could write a ticket if you wanted to. It's almost like the expired tag. Expired tag. You can't issue a ticket for an expired tag less than 30 days. Probably didn't know that one either.
No, I didn't.
So,
No.
Because there's a lot of stuff that goes over. It used to be they say it was on your birthday. They say it's about the end of the month. It's 30 days from the date it expires, which would be your birthday, but it's 30 days over that date. Within that 30 days, they don't want you writing a ticket.
Interesting. Do you write a lot of tickets?
I do not.
That's good.
I do.
The people appreciate that.
Well, I give a lot of warnings. You know, like I said, it's every boss that I've worked for have always been on the same grounds. It's an educational process. You pull people over, you bring the violation to their attention. If it's egregious enough, then you write the ticket. If it's not that bad, yeah, you roll through the stop sign. Is it the end of the world? No. Was anybody else affected by you rolling through that stop sign? No. Give a warning.
Yeah.
You know, unless you've seen that car before, or watched him, or whoever it is.
I have a tough time because I think about, is there a victim? Like, there's a stop sign by my house, and I stop at it every single time. Right. But there's other people in my neighborhood that they don't stop at that sign every time. I stop at the sign every time because it's the law, and I follow the law. Right. But people don't. Right. And there's no victim there. Yeah. So I look at it and I say, well, what's the big deal? Why are we, because it's not just the ticket, it's the ticket, and then it's the time involved with the ticket, and then it's the insurance. Our insurance is crazy. So, I mean, I just have a hard time because it seems like I like the aspect where you say we're here to serve, or I can't remember the word you used. It wasn't service, but it was...
Educate.
No, it was right when we first started talking. It was the root of the word was service, though, and it just seems like we've gotten away from that. Where now
Talking about being the resource.
Resource, yeah, resource, yeah. Where I would love if the officers were just a resource, but it seems like there's just so much unnecessary pain inflicted for going 5 over, going 7 over, 10 over, 15 over. If there's no victim, why are we creating it? Because basically at that point, you're creating a victim. You're saying, well, I'm going to victimize you now, and you have to pay, not you personally, you have to pay us. You have to pay the police, you have to pay the government, you have to pay whoever. Well, now that person's being victimized because they sped too much? Well, who says that you're right about speeding?
I tell you, I had a boss, used to say something, he still does, whenever he swears other officers in, something I always thought was pretty cool. That the public, even though we got, 300 million people in the United States, whatever the population is, there's like 1 million of us are cops, whatever the odd number is, right? The reason why it works is because most of the population of the United States allows us to be able to control.
Very true. I agree with that statement 100%.
And without that, we wouldn't have anybody stopping at stop signs. We wouldn't have anybody stopping at traffic lights, waiting their turn to go. It would be chaos. So,
would it be chaos though, do you think? That's a big jump from not stopping at a stop sign to chaos.
Have you ever watched those videos from Thailand?
Well, I spent some time in Cambodia, so I know how the driving goes over there.
Yeah, they get the intersections and they just go.
But life goes on over there, right? It exists.
I mean, I would imagine insurance is pretty high.
Yeah, there's probably not even a lot of insurance over there, right? But I see both sides of that argument. Sure. And I mean, if anything, you've made it more, you've actually made my point for me a little more, because while it might look like chaos, in 5 minutes that intersection's cleared out, the traffic has dispersed, life is going on.
Right, okay, yeah.
So it just seems like, oh, well, that guy got through the light, but I caught up to this guy. So, I'm going to give him. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
He's talking about me.
Yep, I'm almost there. Yes, ma'am. Okay.
They saw me out here talking to you?
I don't know, somebody said something, but anyways, where were we at?
We were just talking about how you were kind of making my point for me.
Yeah, it's like anything. I know.
I don't want criminals on the road.
A lot of people say, Florida has the worst drivers. I think I-4 has been labeled
It's tough. I was in Michigan this weekend. It's tough, man.
I've been in LA, so I drove over the road so when I retired from the sheriff's office, I went over the road trucking for year 2022.
Okay.
Almost a year.
Interesting.
And when you leave the state of Florida, driving a 73-foot truck, you'll find there's a lot more people out there that drive a lot better. They're just not in such a big hurry, I guess. I don't know.
So you're saying the truck drivers are the ones that drive better, or you notice people that do drive better?
Drive better in general once you get out of the state of Florida.
Okay. You're saying specifically Florida drivers are bad?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
all right.
I even drove in Florida. I even drove in California. California is nothing compared to Florida.
The motorcycles scare me out there.
Yeah, that split lane thing. Yeah, I still wasn't used to that. But it's like people driving in the left-hand lane. They think they're doing the right thing because it says I'm driving the speed limit in the left-hand lane. Well, the law actually reads if you're not driving with a flow of traffic, you're supposed to get over.
Mm-hmm. I didn't know that one.
And a lot of people, they just ride in that left-hand lane. Well, that's what bottlenecks I-4 up. And a lot of interstates up there, so anyhow.
I appreciate you taking the time to have a conversation with me.
What's your name?
My name is Joshua.
Josh. Okay.
Yeah. I actually agree with you that conversations are more important than anything.
Sure.
Because they're people that want to see you hurt. I'm not one of them, but there are ways to bridge, communicating with the community.
Correct.
And it seems like you're the only officer, like
Oh, come on. You can't be the only now.
one of the only Longwood officers, and I've had vast exposure to Longwood officers. So I appreciate that. I did not expect this conversation to go the way that it did because of the other officers in your department. So I try not to, pull you into the same group as them because you're your own man as well. I can only speak to what I have experienced with Longwood, and it's been particularly disturbing to me. So,
Well, I'm sorry about that.
yeah, I appreciate you.
Well, if there's anything, I work alpha shift.
Okay. Well, you work. You spent time in Sanford. You spent time at the sheriff's office. If you were at any one of those jobs, and I walked into your department, and I was filming my interaction with the clerks, you wouldn't tell me that I had to stop, right?
Say that again.
If I was in the public lobby in Sanford when you were an officer there, or at Seminole County when you were a deputy there, if I came into the public lobby video recording my interaction with the clerk or with an officer, or with whoever, that's completely lawful and protected by the Constitution, right?
As long as, because I know we ran into this, because I used to work in detail at the school board building.
Mm-hmm.
And before they put their signs up, it was completely legal. It was actually even legal. You could get in the elevator and go up to the superintendent's office if you wanted to.
Yeah, just makes
And they finally,
it's reasonable.
And the problem is, a lot of these old buildings is the security was never put in. Obviously, I don't think you have any ill intent to go in and kill somebody.
I don't. No, I'm a nonviolent person.
So the thinking is what I believe. The thinking is those, like a lot of these buildings are made to be very open. I know Don Esslinger, sheriff that I started with at the county, and Sheriff Lima both feel the same way, that they want their lobby to be open for people to come and go and whatever they need to do. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's a very open environment.
It's very open there.
They enjoy that. That's how they want it. At any time, I guess, if they want to, the powers to be, if they want to make that area now more secluded area for I guess, if you will, for victims to come in and talk and to be able to freely speak without somebody concerned about somebody recording them or whatever, then I'm assuming that's what occurred here. I have no idea, and I'm sure it occurred other places also.
But I mean, at least you're recognizing the duality. If I was in that public lobby and you were sent out there to trespass me, knowing that that's not lawful, would you do it anyway?
So it would be horrible, but if I was ordered to do it, I would have to do it.
All right.
It is what it is.
What? So that's
Like
that's
said,
a particularly troubling statement, though.
I would rather you, like you come up here to talk to me. I'd rather you call me. Hey, Officer Mims, can we meet up so I can talk? And me and you talk whatever. We'll talk about whatever you want to talk about. And you can do that. You should be able to do that with any officer. And like I said, if you ever need any questions answered, talk to, whatever.
But then, I mean, why did you become a cop?
That's a good question. So now, 18 years later.
Yeah, maybe a then and now, if we can do that.
Well, you always get into it because you want to help the public, right? You want to be that person to go in and save the child.
Yeah.
Whatever it takes.
Be the hero.
Be the hero, right? I think now, 18 years later, I think a lot of cops are into this job because they're nosy. Kind of a blunt way to say it.
Yeah, that's troubling.
Well, not really. Nosy meaning in a good way, meaning I want to be the first one to get in that house. I want to be the first one to fix that problem.
Whether they're allowed in the house or not.
But you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do.
To try to help. I want to be able to fix that problem. Do my damnedest to fix that problem inside that house. That's what I want to be. That's the person I want to. That's who I want. And And if the day I lose that drive to want to help is the day I see you later. But still.
So, but if it came down to it, if we had to put the brass tacks to it,
Don't jinx me now.
it's not the oath. The oath is just part of the job, right? It's not the meaning of the job.
Okay.
I'm asking.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's
Because there's elements that are uncomfortable about protecting the Constitution, right?
correct.
But it's still important to protect it, right?
Correct.
But
So what are your concerns?
well, my concern specifically is that you would follow orders even if it violated somebody's rights. And I acknowledge that and see that.
Give me a scenario.
If I went into the public lobby right now with my camera and I walked with you in there, I mean, we can prove this right now if you want to. Me and you can walk in there, and then somebody's going to tell you either I'm under arrest or you need to put me under arrest.
Have you been trespassed from our
Yeah,
lobby?
I have.
Yeah, don't do that.
But that's the thing. Don't do that. Don't stand up for your constitutionally protected. Mr. Gray, I don't want you to get arrested for standing up for your rights. Yeah. That's the same call coming in.
Yes, ma'am.
It was just getting good.
Okay. All right. Heading over there now. All right, bye. All right, I got to go on a call.
No worries.
What was your first name again?
Joshua.
Joshua. Officer Mims, buddy.
Good to meet you,
Nice
Officer
to meet
Mims.
you.
I truly appreciate you having the conversation. It's more important than anything.
Anytime you need to talk, if I'm around, holler at me.
All right. Be safe, all right?
Okay? Thank you, sir.
All right.
And I'll send you that email.
More than anything, I appreciate that, the good faith. Please,
Yes, sir.
please don't screw this whole conversation up by not doing that, because this is going to be its own video.
I got you.
And it could be the only good Longwood video ever
now.
out of all of time.
Come on now.
It was nice to meet you,
All right,
Officer
bud.
Mims. Be
Thank
safe,
you, sir.
okay?
Yes, sir.
You guys believe all that shit? Yeah, they were watching. They were watching from inside here. Called his ass up twice. It's time to get away from that guy. He's got a knack for getting us to say things that we shouldn't say, ever. Things that we shouldn't ever say. Ever, never, ever. Unfucking real, these clowns. Well, there you have it. Officer Mims should obviously be the chief of police here. Very curious as to what led him to leave Sanford and what led him to leave the sheriff's office. We'll dig into that. Yeah, you want me to go, Britt? I'll knock on the door. I have to make a public records request anyway. So we'll see if they want to take it. Brittany, you probably didn't see this unless you were, actually, no, you probably didn't see it, but we were, it was right after I came off the stand. The attorney, he was sending text messages to the chief or to the deputy chief asking for help, saying, I think we're going to need some help over here with the auditors, is what he said. We're going to need help with the auditors. There goes Bryant. He wants to avoid coming back to the police department because he sees me here. So I need to make a public records request. This box gets dispatched to the county, which is completely and utterly pointless. I come here to make my request, but I can't make it because nobody will ever come out. And it's because I have a camera in my hand. Because of this. These clowns. I'm gonna hide in the bushes, guys. I'm gonna hide in these bushes right over here and wait for Lieutenant. It's not Sergeant, it's Lieutenant Brian. How terrifying. How terrifying is Lieutenant Brian? Holy shit. Can you believe that guy's a lieutenant? Still no ordinance number exactly. Not properly posted. That's right, Gio. That's right. All you see is words. There's no proper posting, that's for sure. They just do whatever the fuck they want. Yeah, and nothing, that's a very good point. And nothing happened the 3 times I came in here and surreptitiously recorded. They didn't do shit. They didn't do a goddamn thing. I had my full conversations, all of them recorded. And did they trespass me? Well, no, of course they didn't, because it wasn't posted on the internet yet. Morons. So that's what the ordinance needs to be. You can film in these places, you just can't post them to the internet. Okay, with your equal protection shit. All right, folks. How long is 222 minutes? Dear God, that's almost 4 hours. Wow. Wow. Wowzers. All right, well, you guys think I'll be able to get out of Longwood without getting pulled over? I wasn't trying to lose Liberty Troll, but I think I might have lost him. Tenth Amendment Center's going live. There's another live stream that is great to pay attention to, in my opinion. Oh, we know what's going on.
Charging my battery.
So what are you doing?
I was gonna ask you the same thing.
You wanna go get a bite to eat? I've been here a few times.
Did you love Longwood so much? That and DeLand?
I looked at my my DeLand playlist. It's up to almost 50 videos.
Yeah.
50 videos. Do you know they're enforcing that one now too?
Enforcing what?
They're enforcing the trespass there too now.
Where? Oh, DeLand. That's right.
DeLand, yeah.
Yeah, let's grab something to eat. I'll follow you, or you want to hop in here and tell me where to go?
Hop in there. You want to get in the bait car? Yeah, we're gonna go cause some trouble. Go cause some trouble. I got Chief Dowda's home address. Me and Liberty Troll are gonna head over there right now. Head over to Dave's?
Sure.
All right. I have to pivot the camera so I don't dox Liberty Troll put his plate number out there.
Appreciate that, buddy.
XG7394.
Appreciate that.
It's not a Florida. It's not a Florida plate.
That's right. That's right.
Not a Florida plate. I ran into, have you ever spoken to Officer Mims?
I recognize him. I don't know if it's from an interaction I had or seen one you having with him before.
I think this was my first exposure to him. Hopefully I would remember him unless he was a total prick the first time I met him.
Had our first coffee.
That's where we first met.
That's our
Everybody.
first dates, right
There it is, guys. Out here with Liberty Troll right here. And
First date.
way back in the day. When was that?
2 years ago, at
A
least.
couple years ago. It was this coffee shop right there on the corner is where I met the great and wonderful Liberty Troll.
That's sweet.
My life's never been the same since. God bless Liberty Troll.
Never walked the same either.
What? I'm just kidding. That's fucking gross, bro.
You gonna wash this car sometime soon?
Nah, dude. Cops like dirty cars. They like dirty cars, and that's what it's about.
Throw this in the back.
Throw it in the back. Don't throw my shit around, bro. Oh. All right, hold on for a second, everybody. Hold on. We'll get you in here. We'll get you in here for the longest live stream ever, bro. The longest live stream ever. There it is. There we are.
Yeah, mine still would have been going if it wasn't for my battery.
That's right. You gotta
Freaking iPhones,
you gotta
man.
come with the battery pack.
I have a battery pack. It's an Apple battery.
Listen to
but
this guy.
it sucks. It really
Well,
sucks.
What are you saying then? Look at these sexy
just
guys
said.
right here. Look at these. What?
Are you talking about me, right? Not you.
Bro.
This
I said,
guy.
first of all, I said guys, not guy. Obviously, including myself in there, Jesus, but now with this guy's ego, he thinks he's so handsome. Jeez, guys. Gio says, Gio! Did you see what he said? What he wanted to do to your butthole?
I don't see any comments.
Yeah, you just missed it. It just went away.
Oh, that's the thing about horizontal. The comments go away like in half a second.
Did they stay longer in the other one?
Vertical.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Oh.
Also, apparently, when you go vertical, you're more likely to get more.
I did
more
know
views.
that. Yeah, that it goes
I just
out
don't like
to
vertical,
more of an
though.
audience. I don't like it
I don't
either.
like watching,
If I had
especially
two,
later,
if
after.
I had two, like, can you go live like this and go live on the same channel in a different? Can you go live twice at the same time? Like, can you be live
I don't
in
know.
portrait and in
I
landscape
never thought about that.
with two phones? Or,
I don't see why not.
You know what I'm saying?
I don't see why not.
Hey, Brittany, I got a question. Where should we go to eat here in Longwood? Or should we leave Longwood and go into Altamont because we shouldn't even give any money to anybody that supports the tyranny in Longwood? What do you guys think? I almost think I should go to a different city.
I think we should find out where Chief Dowda's going for lunch.
No, I have his home address. We're gonna go have lunch with his wife.
Oh, okay.
She said she wanted the dick.
Oh yeah, we're on your channel. We can be rated R. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I don't give a fuck. Over here, I don't give a fuck.
Mine's
bro.
more PG-13. Right?
Yeah. It says the guy macing people getting attacked with baseball bats.
That video already has about 30,000 views.
So take us through it. What happened? Did you get hit with the baseball bat?
No, I kept my distance on that one, but
Was that before you hit him with the sauce?
that was after I hit him with the sauce.
Wow.
I need to get some
Lucky,
stronger
bro.
sauce. Everyone in the comments is saying, a lot of you watchers probably commented in there and said, man, you need to get some stronger pepper spray. Yeah, I probably do. I ordered the one
Do you
that
like
I have
Thai food?
on Amazon.
I love Thai food.
I like all kinds of
Brittany, you want to come have lunch with us? I'm sorry. What were you? What the hell did you say?
Yeah, the guy came, so it wasn't very strong mace apparently, because the guy came back with a baseball bat after I maced him, or not maced him, but pepper sprayed him. So mace is considered a weapon, I think, right? But pepper spray is not. Pepper spray is just considered a deterrent.
I'm not sure what the legal nuance is.
I'm gonna find out because I need to go buy me some better pepper spray.
What you need to do is
ask some questions.
Get one of those pepper spray guns, because then it's like a dual deterrent. First, they're gonna think that's a gun.
Well, then they may go pull out their gun, and then it's a gun versus a freaking pepper spray that looks like a gun. I'd rather just. You
think it's real likely? Are you gonna start approaching people that have fucking guns on their hip?
I would not.
Okay. I mean, maybe the baseball bat guy would have. Is that what you're saying?
What saying? What are you asking me?
The guy with the baseball bat. You don't think even a gun would have deterred him?
No, a gun would have deterred him. What I was
even
about,
seeing the gun,
what I'm trying
or
to tell
more
you,
than seeing the gun, more than just seeing the gun. Would you have needed to draw the gun?
No, I don't think so.
Well, then why don't you just carry a gun?
That's what I was just about to trying to say. That I'm saying I probably should start open
say.
carry, because it's in the state of Florida. It's legal again. You can open carry. So
well, technically, it's always been legal.
Well, yeah, constitutionally speaking.
Yeah, constitutional.
Yeah. So. Yeah, guys, I should start open carrying here pretty soon, and we'll start doing some 1A/2A audits
5 minutes
simultaneously.
You good with Thai food, bro, or what?
Yeah, man,
sound like you
I don't
look.
care. I'm not picky.
You're looking a certain way
I'm not
about
picky.
it.
I just don't want to. I just don't want to go for like a burger and fries the whole time.
All right. Well, Brittany, you're welcome to come have some Thai food with us since you gave up that spot. Otherwise, we'll be there in 5 minutes. Otherwise. If you're close to Longwood, come have Thai food with us.
Yeah.
If you're not, well, fuck you.
Anybody can come join us as long as you're not.
If you're within 5 minutes.
Good intentions.
No. You don't have to have good intentions. You can have bad intentions.
Well, you can. You have a right to.
Yeah, my channel. I don't discriminate on my channel. I like the people with bad intentions too.
To a degree.
Like David. You know who David is, right?
David Dowda.
David Dowda, that's right. He doesn't like to be called Dave.
Well, at least he sat down with you and let you interview him, like on 2 occasions, right?
Well,
once at the police department, he came out, he did sit down with you and he interviewed him.
I will give him credit for doing that.
You got to give credit where credit's due.
And
I'm you guys know I'm an optimistic kind of guy.
Even to give him some more credit, while he didn't know the First Amendment on Tuesday, on Wednesday when we sat down, he did know it. So he made the good faith effort.
There you go.
I mean, he is the chief of police. He should know the First Amendment. But he did make the good faith effort. Now he went and violated the fuck out of it with this ordinance. I'm not sure what that was.
So I remember I watched that, and
one of my first videos.
No, I'm not talking about the interview. I'm talking about your trespass appeal hearing recently.
Oh yeah. Everybody saw that.
Well, Chief David Dowda said that when you asked him when you were questioning him about the First Amendment, he says, "Well, I'm not well versed on the First. I don't know much about the First Amendment. I can't speak on that because I'm not a constitutional blah 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 blah." It's like, well, you made a whole fucking ordinance that you're trying to enforce, or you push this ordinance that you're now enforcing on people not breaking any laws.
Have you ever seen an ordinance?
How can you do that if you don't know shit about the Constitution?
Have you ever seen an ordinance that needs to beg away the fact that it is stripping constitutional rights? It talks in more places than one. Oh, I'm supposed to turn back there. In more places than one, that you have all these constitutional rights, and then they just violate them. What's that about?
That deputy chief seems like a real gem, doesn't he? He's got a great attitude, right?
He seems very disingenuous to me.
He does.
I've had a surreptitious recording with him in the lobby where he behaved all down to earth and all non-tyrannical. And then I saw the video where he trespassed Mark, and he got really hot under the collar, and he was like, "Oh, you need to get out of the office right now." And then I had another interaction with him where he started to get testy with me, and then I pointed out to him, "Listen, why are you talking to me like this? You and I have never had anything other than a cordial conversation." And then he needed to acknowledge that I was right and that he was wrong. he was wrong. He acknowledged him being wrong.
Right.
That was when you and I met.
Mm-hmm.
But the ordinance isn't about us. It's not about us. I find that, while difficult to believe, I wish it didn't have anything to do with me. But I don't feel like that is the truth.
See, we already have, there's no need for this ordinance because we already have time, place, manner restrictions, right? And as long as you're checking off those boxes, you're not there within or outside of business hours, you're there conducting legitimate business or lawful business, and you're doing it in a manner that's not disruptive. Recording's not in and of itself disruptive. So this ordinance basically is just saying, well, we just have a blank check, just kick anyone out with a camera. We don't have to determine whether or not it's disruptive.
In fact, they don't even need to determine if they're recording. They just they just have to appear as if they're recording.
So most people, when you're on your phone, like this, it's the matter. Like this is most people on their phone. Like this is like someone recording. There's not much of a difference.
Not much of a difference.
It really isn't.
No.
It's a scary thing to have this ordinance in place that can get innocent people hemmed up for no good reason.
But you can tell that, like, if we look at all of their other city ordinances, in fact, I'm going to do this, and we should do this prior to your hearing, is that we need to know what other violations of the ordinance result in criminal charges, not in just a simple ordinance violation and a cost, some fee.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how is violating the ordinance suddenly criminal?
Right. I mean, it's a separate court. Administrative court is separate from like the district court where the criminal matters are taking place. We just had this hearing today in an administrative court. How can you? Yeah, that's a good point. Like, why are we assuming that you can be facing criminal charges over a silly ordinance that, when we're trying to defend ourselves, is done in a completely different court? You know what I'm saying? I'm not wording it right, but you know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, if there was any validity to it,
yeah,
obviously there would be a punishment within the ordinance for violating the ordinance.
That's what I'm trying to say. Yep.
Not some criminal predicate that gets brought up if you hurt their feelings, motherfuckers. Yeah, Dave and Dan, talking to you clowns. Yeah, I didn't even finish. I'm like a schizophrenic when I go live. My brain goes everywhere.
There are a lot of things.
But as I was walking back, I was telling Brittany that when I got off the stand, I was looking over the shoulder of Dan.
I caught that on
as he was texting the police department.
What was interesting about what you saw there?
Well, Dan seemed to think that he needed some police backup. He said, "There's 3 auditors in here." Don't quote me on this. This is basically this is what he said. There's 3 auditors in here, and they might be causing some trouble, or I might need some help because they're going to be causing some trouble.
That's what he said?
That's what he said.
Oh, and I let this guy go heat up my coffee. Oh,
bro.
Man, and I drank it.
I can't.
If I die before Friday,
bro,
I think we might know the culprit there.
Yeah, bro. It's him. He definitely poisoned you.
That just really goes to show I love coffee.
What does that smell, bro?
It's your car. I don't know. You can tell me.
No, it's the poison coming through you.
They smell good, man.
All right, everybody. We're pulling up to the Thai food restaurant in question. I'm not going to tell you the name of it because in case somebody wants to murder me, I don't want them to come up to the Thai food restaurant and murder me.
Yeah, don't come to Thai-licious. You're talking about Thai-licious, right? Not to say what that is. Is that it?
Yeah.
Thai-licious sign? Oh, okay.
Yeah. Thai-licious.
Thai-licious.
All right, well.
Very creative name there.
If you're gonna, it's pretty busy.
It's also a real small parking lot.
I've seen smaller, but listen, man, a packed parking lot is a good sign at a Thai food restaurant.
It is.
All right. Oh, shit.
Crap, learn how to drive. Woman.
It's the bait car, bro. All right, everybody. I appreciate you coming out here and hanging out with us for 5 hours.
Has it been that long? Jeez, man. I was supposed to do some cannabis dispensary sidewalk audits today.
I was telling him that. I was saying you had recruited me as your muscle, as your backup, because I come strapped.
That's right.
If somebody charges me with a baseball bat, there's gonna be a different outcome. It's gonna be filled with holes.
If we have time.
And red dye.
If we have time after we eat, do you want to go do some recording elsewhere?
Only if we do dispensaries.
When I say recording, I mean like audits.
Audits.
Yeah, not like
Are
recording.
you one of those auditors?
I don't know. What do you think? What do you guys think? Am I an auditor or am I just some asshole exercising my rights?
Goddamn auditors. Shiny gas. Shiny gas, bro. All right.
All right.
Take it easy,
See you
everybody.
guys.
This is a public service. Dong, dong, dong.
True control.
And then you gotta wait how long to hit the button? Is it like 7 seconds?
3 seconds.
Ah! What the fuck, bro?
Wrong button.
It's an X.
There you go.
Alright.